네, 2023 서울 국제 안심소득 포럼에
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Seoul International Forum on Safety Income, Seoul International Forum on Safety Income 2023. I am your moderator, Jo Ju-yeon. It's a pleasure to meet you all. It's the mid of December, and this year is coming to an end. Despite the very chilly weather and very early in the morning, many people have joined us. So I would like to once again thank everyone who has joined us at today's forum, and I would also like to welcome and thank all of you joining us online. The Seoul International Forum on Safety Income is marking its second anniversary. Under the theme, The Path Forward for the Income Guarantee System, the forum will bring together scholars and experts from home and abroad to jointly seek the direction in which Seoul Safety Income, a Korean-style welfare model, should move forward. Through today's forum, in addition to discussing the past achievements and development direction of the Safety Income Pilot Project, we will share income security policies and case studies from cities around the world, and we hope to find solutions for a sustainable and inclusive city. We ask for your interest and participation today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let us now commence the 2023 Seoul International Forum on Safety Income. Why don't we begin with a big round of applause? So thank you very much. Seoul International Forum on Safety Income 2023. Before we kick off the main program, creating an inclusive city with realizing the value of going together with the socially neglected, the Seoul Safety Income Project is an income guarantee policy pilot project that Seoul City introduced and implemented for the first time in Korea last year. And we have now a video about the Seoul Safety Income
Poverty
Pilot Project.
persists across generations.
Poverty persists across generations, leading to an
Support
expanding
is
income
needed to shine a light
disparity.
on welfare
Support is
blind
needed
spots.
to shine a light.
To explore better solutions to the challenges the current welfare system faced, the Seoul Metropolitan government embarked on a journey to test out new ideas. Seoul Safety Income Project provides more assistance to those in need. The international community is testing out various guaranteed income projects. In a U.S. study, people experienced improved health with reduced depression and anxiety. They also became financially stable and found better jobs. In European experiments in countries like Finland, the Netherlands, and Spain, people responded with positive feedback, saying they felt more satisfied and happier with life. The Seoul Metropolitan government and other countries initiated the Seoul Safety Income Project in July 2022, the first policy experiment on income security in Korea, providing financial support to 1,600 households until 2025. The Seoul Safety Income Project is designed to prioritize providing more income support to low-income households. The project covers half of the income gap compared to the standard income. By simplifying the stringent process, the project is designed to address welfare blind spots by expanding eligibility criteria, increasing income support, strengthening the social safety net, and boosting household income through increased work efforts. It has been 1 year since the Seoul Safety Income Project began. How have the lives of Seoul citizens changed?
갑자기 허리가 아파져서 일을 못하게 됐어요. 돈은 없는데 반지하집이 있다고 기초생활수급도 안 해주더라고요. 안심소득 지원받아서 치료도 하고 다시 일할 수 있게 돼서 너무 좋습니다.
기술교육원에서 한 1년 정도 창업 교육을 받았습니다. 근데 1년 넘게 수입이 없다 보니까 창업을 포기할까 계속 고민했죠. 그래도 안심소득 덕분에 공과금도 내고 또 차근차근 계획한 대로 창업 준비할 수 있었습니다.
몸이 안 좋았는데 빌딩 경비원으로 취직할 수 있었어요. 아내랑 아들이랑 같이 사니까 수입은 부족한데 안심소득이 아들 교육비에 보탬이 됐죠. 덕분에 아들도 취업을 했고 이제 수급 생활에서 벗어날 수 있었습니다.
Compared to those in the control group, households receiving safety income have seen a rise in basic necessities like food and medical costs. Their mental health has also improved, with decreased depression and stress. Furthermore, over 20% of these households have experienced an increase in earned income. In this way, the Seoul Safety Income Project acts as a robust safety net, addressing gaps in current welfare and enhancing the will to live. Seoul's welfare extends beyond Korea to share with the world. We are working towards a future where everyone can have a stable life by building a global income security network with cities and research institutes worldwide. A solution for establishing sustainable welfare model for those in need. Seoul Safety Income Project.
네.
So, as you have just seen in the video, continuing from last year, this year, 1,100 households in Seoul received income support. And Seoul Safety Income is a new income guarantee system that is creating meaningful results and systems. Many people have supported the SSIP, and I would like to introduce the VIP guests who have joined us to congratulate the opening of the forum. When I introduce them, please welcome them with a very warm round of applause. First of all, Lee Joo-ho, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Education, has joined us. Kim Sung-hee, President of Korea National Council on Social Welfare, has joined us. Professor Esther Duflo at MIT has joined us. And Mark Sanders from the Deputy Commissioner of Chicago Department of Family and Support Services has joined us. Aaron Strauss, Senior Program Manager of Community Wealth Initiative, City of Los Angeles Community Investment for Families, has joined us. And Sean Klein, a Director of Stanford Basic Income Lab, has joined us. Allison Thompson, the Executive Director of University of Pennsylvania Center for Guaranteed Income Research, has joined us. And also from the same organization, researcher Elizabeth DeYoung has joined us. Professor Heikki Hilamo from the Social Policy Department at the University of Helsinki has joined us. And Hong Kyung-jun, professor from Seongkyungwan University, has joined us. Hwang In-jae, Seoul National University professor, has joined us. Kim Sang-chul, the head director of the Seoul Welfare Foundation, has joined us. Park Ki-sung, professor at Seongshin Women's University, has joined us. Kim Young-min, professor at Kookmin University, has joined us. Kim Jin-young, professor at Korea University, has joined us. Lee Jung-min, professor from Seoul National University, has joined us. Kim Hyun-chul, professor at Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, has joined us. Kim Ho-dae, Executive Director at Shinhan Bank, has joined us. Kim Hyun-un, Chairman of the Seoul Welfare Association, has joined us. Son Hae-rim, Professor at University of Seoul, has joined us. Choi Ja-won, Professor from Hanyang University, has joined us. Chung Kyung-sung, Executive Director of Resilient City Network, has joined us. And last but not least, the host of today's forum, the Mayor of Seoul Metropolitan City, Oh Se-hoon, has joined us. So many other distinguished guests have joined us today at the forum, but due to time constraints, we ask for your kind understanding that we are not able to introduce each and every one of you. So please give everyone another big round of applause. So ladies and gentlemen, we will now kick off the forum trying to create a sustainable and inclusive city. We would now like to invite the Mayor of Seoul Metropolitan City, Oh Se-hoon, for his welcoming remarks. Please join me in welcoming the Mayor with a very warm round of applause. It's quite cold and chilly. Thank you very much for your interest and joining us despite the cold weather today. And I can feel the heated interest and passion that you have for Seoul Safety Income Project. I would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to all of you who have joined us at the Seoul International Forum on Safety Income. And in particular, I would like to thank the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Education, Joo-ho Lee, and also Chairman Kim Sung-lee of the Korea National Council on Social Welfare for taking time out of their busy schedules to attend the forum. I would also like to thank Kim Yeon-gi, the Speaker of the Seoul City Council, for sending us his congratulatory video. And I do not think that the global safety income projects around the world cannot be carried out without the expertise of the scholars and experts who are gathered here, in particular professors who are exercising their experience and expertise around the world. In particular, I would like to thank Professor Esther Duflo of MIT, Professor Craig Riddle of the University of British Columbia, Mark Sanders, Deputy Commissioner of Family and Support Service, City of Chicago, and Aaron Strauss, Senior Program Manager of Community Wealth Initiatives, City of Los Angeles, Sheen Klein, Director of the Stanford Basic Income Lab, and Allison Thompson, Executive Director of Penn Center for Guaranteed Income Research. And I would also like to thank all of the experts and scholars and participants, although I cannot introduce all of you individually. Thank you very much for joining us today. Furthermore, we have participants globally joining us both online and offline. I want to thank everyone. As you are well aware, Seoul Safety Income Project is dear to my heart. We started the pilot project amidst a lot of opposition and concern, but with a sense of urgency that the welfare system needs to change in order to prevent the inheritance of poverty and to eliminate blind spots in welfare. There is a movie called Daniel Blake, and it received global awards, and it is based on a background of UK. A carpenter in a small neighborhood had heart problems and could not work, was advised by the hospital to no longer work, and this man seeks to receive welfare support, but every time he tries to do so, he faces challenges and he loses his self-esteem and dignity. Those that see him go through this process are outraged, and this leads to him staging a one-man demonstration, and that's how the movie ends. The reason why I decided to carry out this SSIP is because I read the book of Ki-sung Park, who speaks about negative income tax. However, this movie also emotionally moved me to kick off SSIP. Korean society has realized extraordinary economic development, yet many citizens in our society, amidst such abundancy, faces despair and sorrow due to their economic difficulties. We see that the ladder to overcome one social class and economic situation is collapsing. Such economic polarization is leading to political polarization, and we see many citizens looking at politics with self-despair. And amidst this backdrop, Seoul City is carrying out this meaningful experiment, and we are at the time of our first analysis report. Today, gathered with us, we have international experts in this area interested to hear the results of the 1.5-year experiment of the Seoul Safety Income Project. We will objectively assess the results of the project. And this feels as if my dreams are becoming a reality. Recently, I received a letter from a mother raising her children on her own who was struggling financially after her divorce, and she also struggled due to a rent scam. Her house was auctioned off, but she was thankfully selected as the recipient of the SSIP, and she said that this is a ray of hope for her, and she sent me this letter of appreciation explaining her situation. I am sure that there are many citizens who are facing similar situations. And to such citizens, our per capita GDP is now close to $3,500. And in this situation, I hope that SSIP can become a ray of hope for those who are most vulnerable. And today, we will be hearing about the advantages, constraints, and the positive and negative results of SSIP. And if the scholars and experts gathered today can express their candid opinions and suggestions, I'm sure that SSIP can move in the right direction. So we seek your candid suggestions and appraisal of this project so that this project can move forward in the right direction. And I would like to conclude my welcoming remarks with these pleads to you for your candid opinions. Thank you very much. So thank you very much, Mayor Oh, for your wonderful remarks. The mayor also asked us to evaluate the outcomes of SSIP. And next, I would like to invite a very special guest. I would like to invite Lee Joo-ho, the Deputy Prime Minister and Ministry of Education, for his congratulatory remarks. Please welcome the Deputy Prime Minister with a very warm round of applause. Good morning. I am Joo-ho Lee, Deputy Prime Minister and Education Minister of the Republic of Korea. I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations on the occasion of the second Seoul International Forum on Safety Income. Since last year, the Seoul Metropolitan government has led discussions surrounding a new income security system through the Seoul Safety Income Project and this significant international forum. My sincere gratitude goes to Mayor Oh Se-hoon for arranging this profound event dedicated to envisioning the future of income security system. I also wish to express my deep respect and appreciation to Professor Esther Duflo and other esteemed scholars and experts from home and abroad. distinguished guests, the world is witnessing radical changes in the employment landscape characterized by emergence of platform labor and unmanned work owing to the advancements in technologies like artificial intelligence. Moreover, since the onset of the COVID-19 crisis, there has been an increasing realization that the current social safety net falls short in addressing mounting income disparities, the surge in single-person households, and the emergence of new vulnerable demographics, particularly among the elderly, has increased. Consequently, there exists an imperative for a tailored income security model capable of transcending the constraints of the existing welfare system and fostering the continual advancement of individuals without diminishing their incentive to work. Notably, the Republic of Korea confronts a significant decline in population due to a diminishing birth rate, necessitating a more sustainable social policy and welfare model. In response, the Korean government announced a strategy for a sustainable welfare state during the Social Security Strategy Conference chaired by the President in May this year. The crux of this strategy is to offer heightened protection to the socially vulnerable, like those in the low-income bracket, while expanding the scope of social services to target not only the vulnerable groups, but also the middle class, tailored to their specific needs. Additionally, it aims to forge quality employment opportunities through public-private collaboration, thereby fostering a virtuous cycle between welfare, employment, and growth. Operating under the purview of the Deputy Prime Minister of Social Affairs, the Ministry of Education announced the Pan-Social Ministry Collaboration Strategy for supporting vulnerable groups this July, aimed at realizing these aspirations. By consolidating projects and data dispersed across ministries, we are actively identifying blind spots within the welfare framework and fortifying the support system for the vulnerable segments of society. As income disparities intensify on a global scale, nations worldwide are experimenting with diverse guaranteed income policies. I am an economist before being a Deputy Prime Minister of Social Affairs, and I find it highly encouraging to witness policy experiments seeking to scientifically verify the effectiveness of policies before their full-fledged implementation, like the Seoul Metropolitan Government's SSIP. Formulating policies based on data and evidence is crucial to maximizing their effectiveness. I am confident that sharing the interim outcomes of the SSIP alongside the cases for guaranteed income pilots worldwide will prove to be invaluable for all participants. I hope this forum will increase our understanding of safety income and lay the groundwork for envisioning a new welfare system for the future. Thank you.
네, 부총리님의 말씀.
So, thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister, for your meaningful words. Please give the Deputy Prime Minister another big round of applause. And next, we would like to invite a distinguished guest who is working for the development of the social welfare system in Korea. He served as the former Minister of Health and Welfare. We'd like to invite Kim Seong-hee, President of Korea National Council on Social Welfare, for his congratulatory remarks. So it is truly a pleasure to meet everyone on this very meaningful day. I am deeply delighted to be with you here today. The world is rapidly changing, and just a few years ago, we could not imagine the world that we are living in today. And so conventional solutions are not sufficient to solve the problems that we face today. And so against this background, Mayor Oh of Seoul Metropolitan City, in order to respond to the changing times, has taken on a challenge and is implementing a new experiment called the Seoul Safety Income Project. I would like to congratulate and thank Mayor Oh for his hard work. He is a young mayor, and I believe that is why it was possible to implement SSIP. So very thorough welfare policies to support the socially neglected is being implemented in Seoul, and I think 2023 is a very meaningful year. On December 1st, the Caritas Association was made with the help of Catholics. So there are 120 private welfare facilities that have come together under this association. I think it is a wonderful beginning. And then on December 8th, the Association of Korea National Council on Social Welfare has actually been able to expand its social welfare services to cover all parts of Korea, and we've passed the legislation for this. So the Korean government social safety network and social welfare policies, together with the Catholics' welfare policy and also our organization's welfare policy has been put in place. I hope that other religious groups and other organizations will also join us in our efforts to create these social welfare networks. So we are providing full support for the socially neglected. And in order to do that, we need a central pillar. And I believe that Seoul's SSIP is that central pillar. And so with the spirit of taking on these experiments and trying to develop the Seoul welfare system, many scholars from Korea and abroad have joined us to talk about the welfare model of Seoul and the Republic of Korea and the direction in which we should develop the social welfare model. And I believe that this forum is indeed a very meaningful turning point to further developing the social welfare model. I hope that we will be able to come up with many meaningful alternative solutions so that Korea can lead the development of social welfare programs around the world.
네, 회장님의 힘찬 메시지.
So thank you very much for your meaningful words and for your support. That was Kim Seong-hee, President of Korea National Council on Social Welfare. So many people have joined us to congratulate the opening of the forum. And Kim Hyung-gi, the chairman of the Seoul Metropolitan Council, has actually sent us a video to congratulate the opening of the forum. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Kim Hyung-gi, chairman of the Seoul Metropolitan City Council. I sincerely congratulate the opening of the Seoul International Forum on Safety Income 2023. I have great expectations for this year's forum. If last year was the launching phase of SSIP, this year we have significant data and results attained through the pilot project that has been implemented for over a year. A participant's story that he signed up for a savings account for the first time in 20 years after receiving the safety income shows us the possibilities of a new welfare program. New horizons are also expected. This project shows the possibility of the welfare of hope, the welfare of work, and the welfare of productivity, which we have ultimately been pursuing. I hope that this forum, which will share not only the safety income pilot project, but also the current status of income experiments in cities around the world, will take us one step closer to the possibility of opening a new future for welfare. The Seoul Metropolitan Government Council will provide financial and legislative support so that safety income led by Seoul City can become a global welfare policy reaching beyond Seoul and the Republic of Korea. Thank you. So thank you very much. That was Kim Hyung-gi, the chairman of the Seoul Metropolitan Council, with his congratulatory remarks. And now we would like to invite the VIP guest to the stage for a commemorative photo session.
A few minutes just to take a commemorative group photo with all of our distinguished guests. Please join us up on the stage area and follow the guidance of our staff. 네. 기념 촬영을 위해서 내빈분들께서는 저희
So once again, please follow our staff. We will take a commemorative photo.
네, 장내에 계신 분들께서는 잠시만 기다려 주시면
For those of you who are joining us here at the
이어서
venue, we kindly ask that you remain in your seats as we take the photo.
네, 포즈를 다양하게 해서 한 3차례 정도 촬영하도록 하겠습니다. 앞쪽에 카메라가 굉장히 많거든요. 네, 저희가 먼저 서 주시면 바로 안내해 드리도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 정자세로 촬영하도록 하겠습니다. So please smile for the camera first. I think that we might take a few different photos. We do have a lot of cameras today. 네, 앞을 바라봐 주시고 활짝 웃어 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 좋습니다. 네, 다음 포즈로 넘어가도 될까요? 네, 다음 포즈는 저희 화이팅 한번 진행을 해도 될까요? 네, in Korea we have a pose in which we raise our fists and say fighting. We're not to fight, but it's actually to cheer on for a successful conference. So your right arm up and fists up, and it's in cheering for a successful conference. 네, 화이팅 하겠습니다. 제가 하나, 둘, 셋 하겠습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋, 화이팅! 네, 감사합니다. 네, 마지막으로 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 박수, 네, 감사합니다. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much. 네, 감사합니다. 이제 자리로 모시겠습니다. Thank you, and you may now return to your seats. 네, 이어서 저희 자리에 착석해 주시는 대로 저희가 무대 정리를 한 후에 바로
So once
공연을
everyone is
들어가도록
seated, we
하겠습니다.
will set the stage for the next part of our program.
네, 자리에 착석이 완료된 이후에 바로 기조가
So once again, when everyone is seated, we will begin the keynote speech session. I'm sure that many people are looking forward to the keynote lecture. Our keynote speaker is a very special guest. She is a world-renowned development economics professor and the youngest person to win the Nobel Prize in economics. And for over the past 20 years, she has traveled to over 40 developing poor countries to carry out various experiments to alleviate and eliminate poverty. And personally, I've actually been seeing the lecture of this keynote speaker, and her message has always been very inspiring. And so I look forward to this keynote lecture. Development economics around the world with an experiment-based approach is her area of expertise. And so it is with a great pleasure that I would like to introduce Professor Esther Duflo of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology to the stage.
Good morning. It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everyone, distinguished guests, for having me on this occasion, and maybe even more for creating this occasion, both due to the program and also to the decision to actually evaluate it. Sorry, I'm trying to put my phone silent. So I'm not going to spoil the results that will be described today by the honorable academic from Korea. So I'm not going to talk about the results of this experiment. I'm going to talk a little bit about the rationale for such a project and what we know about it from experiences around the world and what we don't know. So I think it's useful to remember that the advent of artificial intelligence really puts us, gives us the responsibility to radically rethink social protection. So what you're seeing here is actually a failure. I think it was an attempt to have a fully automated fast food restaurant, but actually I think it didn't work out. So they eventually broke out. But I thought this was a nice illustration of a possibility of a world where a lot of the jobs that people are currently doing will disappear. The first IT revolution led to polarization of jobs. So what happened is that computers could replace routine jobs, but not the creative jobs on the one end or the non-routine jobs on the other end. which led to a hollowing out of the middle of the job distribution. So what you're seeing is that the tasks that are very manual, like for example making hamburgers, are the tasks that require a lot of creativity. For example, at that time, being a coder or being a manager continued to be important. But the task in the middle, clerical jobs, etc., got replaced by computers. With artificial intelligence, there is a possibility that the hollowing out will be even greater, because more jobs are at risk of being replaced by automation. We don't exactly know yet. That's why I put a question mark. I think this one is different. But the OECD find that 46% of the workers in OECD countries are in occupation that are at high risk of being replaced or fundamentally transformed by the advance of artificial intelligence. So these are people from coder to content generators to lawyers to people who write the commentary for sports games and things like that. And this is entirely new compared to what we have in the previous revolution. What this calculation is omitting is that the AI technology doesn't necessarily have to replace existing jobs. It could be a complement to existing skills. So maybe some jobs will disappear, but some other jobs will become more productive and easier to do. So it could be that some workers who lose their job, say doing copies for advertisement, will be employed doing something else, for example, dreaming up entirely new ways of reaching out to consumers. And the net effect is not clear. We don't yet know. Economists, in any case, are very bad at predicting the future. They are terrible at prediction. But artificial intelligence is actually something that they know that they don't know, which is rare. So there is a panel at the University of Chicago that asks many experts what is their opinion on various questions. I don't belong to this panel because on most questions I just don't know. But the panel here says that basically it's very, very spread. And on most questions there is a fair amount of consensus among economists, whether rightly or wrongly. But on these questions of how much jobs will be destroyed and what will be the impact on labor markets, economists just don't know. I also don't know. I think nobody really in the right mind knows. But there is a possibility that it's a fundamental disruption that are going to uproot and dislocate very many people. And we can't know yet because the surge in AI activity is very recent. So we don't know what is going to happen. We don't know how bad it's going to be for developed countries or for developing countries where I work, where it is likely that a lot of the labor needs that today have moved from rich countries to poor countries are going to move from poor countries to AI. So this is pretty recent. It's only around 2014, as you can see on this graph, that the demand for workers with AI skills has exploded. What we do know is that previous episode of rapid automation of tasks have led to an increase in inequality and have been bad for workers. One recent example is industrial robots, which have appeared in the US economy since about the 70s progressively. And since workers do not really move in the US, they tend to continue working within their same commuting zones, we can use a strategy where we look at whether a particular area is very exposed to mechanization, to introduction of robots, to look at what is the impact on inequality. And what you can see here on the graph basically is more robots, fewer jobs. So in area that have an industrial mix that was very prone to replace people by robots, there was a large increase in unemployment. In general, so this of course sits on another phenomenon that has started way before this new mechanism of artificial intelligence, which is the increase in inequality in all of the wealthy countries. So this graph is from 1980 to 2016, so if you want, it's a pre-AI graph, which shows the evolution of income growth by percentile across all the world regions from 1980 to 2016. And you can see two things here. On the one hand, in poor countries, things have actually been looking up for a lot of this period. On the other hand, the very, very rich have been doing better and better. And in the middle, there is a squeezed bottom of, in the US and Western Europe, of inequality increasing and people, the middle class and the poor in those rich countries becoming relatively poorer and poorer. And this is something that is kind of coming for Korea now. It's kind of what we also see in the increase in inequality in Korea today. And typically, the inequality before tax is very correlated with the inequality after tax. So the advent of AI requires us to rethink social protection, which is something that the mayor of Seoul has put a lot of energy in. This is not only with the social safety, income project, but various other initiatives. At the cornerstone is this idea of the SSIP. The idea of the SSIP, of course, relates to the idea of the universal basic income, which has been promoted in the US by many people, including Andrew Yang, on the presidential trend. And the UBI has three characteristics. It's universal, it's basic, and it's an income, not a handout. The SSIP keeps the basic idea and the income idea, but removes the universal and replaces it by a targeted approach. Let me give you, thank you so much. Let me give you a few rationale for a universal basic income. A first case for a universal basic income is the idea of respect. As this came out very nicely in the video that was presented. It's an income, not a handout, so it respects the dignity of the beneficiary. It's a right. The earnings from contributing, so it has earnings from contributing to a social positive environment. Unlike many transfers that are in kind or in the form or to pay for schools or to pay for this or to pay for that, it allows the beneficiaries to choose how they decide to spend the money. Many transfer programs involve conditional transfers. So, for example, you require sending children to school, you require health checkup, etc. And the universal basic income doesn't do that. Many other programs constrain what it can be used for. So we transfer in-kind or voucher for specific products, for example, for food, or in some cases, you actually physically deliver food. That's true, for example, even in France, where some people physically get meals. So what is the case? So the first case for the UBI is that it respects the autonomy of people by giving them the choice over what they want to do. The second part of the case for UBI, and one that is worth discussing in the context of this particular program, is the case for inclusion. Poor people are too often excluded from the targeted government programs that they are entitled to. For example, in Indonesia, even among the poorest people, only 2/3 of the poor applied for a generous cash transfer program, which could give them up to 13% of their annual per capita expenditure for 6 years. So if they don't apply, by definition, they cannot get it. In the European Union, 30% of poor people do not access their basic social protecting rights. So they don't even try. So what are those reasons? First, there is an information problem, so potential beneficiary might not know that a particular program exists. For example, in Delhi, people who were randomly informed that a particular pension existed that they were eligible for were more likely to start the application process. They might also have distorted beliefs. For example, if they have been excluded all their lives, they might think that this time again they are going to be excluded. For example, I met a person in France who says, if one person is going to be excluded from the program, it's me, so there is no point for me to even try. In Delhi, for example, the same program that they found out Many women thought that if they wanted to apply, they would need to pay a bribe. But it turns out that it was not true. Even when people would like to apply, the application process are often very complicated, and the poorest people, the most vulnerable people, find it difficult to deal with this complicated application process. Again, in Delhi, when people were walked to apply, when handheld to apply, they were much more likely to get it at the end of the day. The process is often unnecessarily complicated. In Morocco, I participated in an experiment where to have a right to clean water, it's not an income, but it's another government program, people needed to go to the city hall. They need often to go several times to present their papers and so on and so forth. And as a result, very few of them applied. When we changed in an experiment the procedure such that we visit them in their house and took photos of their document, the application rate moved from close to 0 to about 90%. Even when people manage to apply, when they go to the end of the process, when they know that the problem exists, etc., sometimes they are rejected. And the rejection rates are often high because the government's own data for checking eligibility is faulty or dated, because there is corruption, also because there is systematic mistrust that the poor may be hiding something. So in France, where I come from, the main newspaper Le Monde just came out about a week ago with a study on our social welfare program, showing how the poorest people are systematically targeted by the algorithm, which are very simple algorithms, to detect fraud. And that the algorithm were kind of misdesigned and designed precisely to deal the most vulnerable people. So it says, for example, in here that 2/3 of the random check happens to touch the most vulnerable people, even though they are a minority within the people who receive the funds. And this entire story showed how the design of the checking system was completely biased against the poor. And in part, it's just misconception, not understanding the consequences of a particular coding choice. But often, these choices also reflect the mistrust that we have for the poor, that there is this idea that the poor will take advantage of the program somehow or the other. Another reason for exclusion is stigma, where people might decide not to apply because they don't want to be associated with something that is for them, that is for the poor. So I conducted an experiment a long time ago on what was then called the food stamp program, and to present the program either as a benefit for working family versus something to help you. And when it's presented as a credit card to supplement the income of working family, people were much more likely to apply than it was presented as something that was designed to be a handout. So the UBI avoids all of these reasons for exclusion because it's universal. No one is excluded, so no one needs to fear exclusion. There will still be those who are misinformed or simply unbelieving, which are often the most vulnerable. So as long as there is an application, there will be a need for active outreach. On the other hand, a fully universal income in rich countries has a huge drawback as well. And this is something that in our book, Good Economics for Hard Times, we discuss in some detail. The first one, and that's kind of the elephant in the room, is that if you want a true universal basic income, it's a lot of money. So if we go back to Andrew Young's plans, for example, for the US of $1,000 for every adult, that would be 12 to 13% of GDP. Where would that money come from? Most likely it would be cut from other governments' programs, and ultimately it affects A, how generous it can be, B, what is the final impact on redistribution, because if you cut out a lot of programs that targets mostly the poor to give it to everyone, including the very rich as part of the UBI, that's a regressive move. A universal means not targeted. In a country like Korea, for example, that has a fantastic statistical system, you actually know who needs money. because you know who just lost their job. You might even be able to know who is at risk of losing their job, given the type of professions they have, for example. So the social support can be concentrated on the losers of social transformation. More money can be available to people who really need it, so the income can be more generous. And the resources can also be used, concentrated, other type of resources can be sent to these people to help them more. So that doesn't, you still have all of the other problems that I talked about, but it might be cheaper to, and more effective to address these issues of traditional welfare program, such as stigma, such as information, such as difficulty of application and so on, by designing the entire system by which people apply, are selected, and are ruled out in a way that is very transparent. So in some sense, between the programs that have kind of the mindset of they absolutely want to exclude the people who don't qualify, and the program that say, okay, let's solve this problem by being completely universal, you have kind of a happy medium, which is, I think, the one that has been struck in the design of this particular program, where the application system is simple, where people don't have to provide very complicated things to really show many times that they are eligible. You might get in some people who might not deserve it, but not everyone. And then you still save a lot of money compared to a universal program without excluding people that you would in a highly targeted program. So this is, getting this fine-tuning right, I think it's going to be a question of trial and error. But it's exactly the philosophy that is likely to give you the most bang for the buck. Now, we talked about targeting. Let's talk now about the other impact of providing an income once we know who we are giving it to. And a very big effect that emerges from the literature is the investment effect of providing people with guaranteed resources. So in Indonesia, there is now unconditional cash transfer program for the poorest family that has reduced stunting in children, so it has led to investment in the children's health. And in Kenya, Abhijit Banerjee, who is here, was involved in the evaluation of a universal basic income program, or almost universal, almost income, because it's going to be for 12 years. They compare households that receive a universal basic income for 2 years, people who receive an asset equivalent of that money in one time, and people who receive a 12-year universal basic income. And what they find in all versions of the program is an increase in productive activity in the form of investment in self-employment business. The investment in self-employment business is the largest when people got an asset, but it's also existing when people get the basic income. People also spend more on food. People have greater mental health. In general, in these studies, as well as others, show a very reasonable and good use of the funds. So that is a case for income versus in-kind, but in this particular program, people only receive money. Indonesia used to have an in-kind transfer program, which they replaced in a large-scale reform by a voucher program, a digital voucher program, still limited into what people could do with the money, with a randomization at scale, where they switched entire district to a program versus to another. Even though this was not a full move to cash, just doing that, it shows you how the randomization was done across the countries. Just doing that led to much actually better targeting of the funds, where the voucher concentrate the benefit on the intended beneficiaries. And compared to an in-kind program, which was not very well targeted, this led to a decline of 20%, 43 percentage point reduction in poverty. Now, the big elephant in the room, in particular in richer countries, in this question of if I give a safety income to people, will that make them lazy because they won't be worried to feed their family now they have this certain income? Because there have been a lot of conditional cash transfer programs, which are usually not conditional on people working, but are conditional on other things. We actually have a lot of data coming from experiments around the world that allows us to answer this question. And the bottom line, which we can see from this graph from various experiments, is that there is no difference in the probability that someone is working when they get a sure income than if they don't. And there is no difference in the number of hours they work in a week. So from the evidence that we have from around the world, poor countries, middle-income countries, and richer countries, there is really no effect on labor supply of getting a sure income. In fact, in some settings, and this is maybe queuing for the results we're going to see today, earning a basic income or having a basic source of funding get people to earn more. So for example, in an experiment that Abhijit Banerjee was also involved with in Ghana, where people didn't get an income, but they got an asset. And in fact, they had to take care of the asset. So you could think they were quite busy taking care of their asset. Despite that, when they were given the opportunity to work in producing these nice bags that you see here on the left, the people who had gotten the assets produced more bags of better quality and made more money than the people who didn't. So if you have an income effect, it actually goes in the other direction, which is it's a positive income effect. Perhaps coming from the peace of mind that you have from the fact that you are able to take care of the basic necessities from your family. And that creates the bandwidth to kind of concentrate on the task at hand. So how about the poorest? So Mayro referred to the negative income tax experiment. They actually were experiments conducted a long time ago which had very striking results, but were, strangely enough, not followed up upon, where people received a guaranteed income that was phased out very steeply as they become richer. So you would think if there was something really discouraging, that would be that, because every time people earn $1, about 75% of it were taxed away. And in the negative income tax experiment, there is almost no labor supply effect. So not only there is no income effect, but there is not even a substitution effect. Even though people earn very little of the extra money in their pocket, of the extra money they are making, they continue to be working. So all that is very good for a project like the SSIP project. However, it's important to keep in mind that it's not going to be everything you need. Money doesn't solve the problem of a loss of meaning that many people experience when they lose their job. And this is a graph that I found for Korea of Gallup polls over time, of people answering the question of whether or not they get meanings from their jobs. And you can see that it's coming down over time. And if automation drives the next wave of job displacement, there'll be very many more such people who have issues finding meaning in their job and who will need help to find the next job where there is meaning. And a project like the SSIP needs to be, in a sense, the rock over which people are able to find the next project for themselves. So the bottom line for us is that for the very poor country, you want to have an ultra-basic income that might be non-targeted. For a rich country like Korea, and we have to, the information to target is available. So we can use the resources that we have to effectively target, but doing so in a way that protects the dignity of recipient. And I think this is precisely how the Safety Income project is designed in Seoul. So in conclusion, the task ahead of us is to reimagine social policy. It is both redistribution and taking care of the most vulnerable in society is both a moral imperative and an urgent political necessity, because people who are losers of the current system get upset and the rage translates into political outcomes that are not desirable. It becomes all the more urgent because automation is likely to destroy many good jobs than it creates, at least in the short run. However, expanding redistribution might not be easy some people in politics are skeptical of it. So you need to show and demonstrate the example of successful redistribution program that everybody can get behind. In this context, the Seoul SSIP project provide a social income, guaranteed, targeted, create safety of mind and ability to catch up when hit by a shock. And an extra step might be needed the extra step that is needed to recover the dignity that people need from working. And in the videos we show people losing their job for a reason or another, but really wanting to get back to it. One could think of complement to this program, such as a training program, employment program that restores self-confidence and self-respect, which is often battered by the trauma of job loss and consequences. And finally, of education programs that gives access to training opportunity, higher education opportunity, like the Seoul Learn initiative. So there is still a lot to learn. Experimentation is crucial, both for the main impact of the SSIP project and of the future policies that are going to come, future concurrent policies that are going to come on top of it. And also for all of the plumbing questions, that is all of the detail of design that are going to be essential to its success. So I really commend you for having, transformed this all into a laboratory for a fantastic social experiment. I think the world is watching and has a lot to learn from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your insight. And you may now return to your seat. 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 고맙습니다. 네, 정말 공연을 통해서
Please give the professor a big round of applause.
새로운 보장 제도의 필요성에 대해서
So we heard about the need for a new social welfare system in depth, and lastly, she ended with an assessment and about SSIP. With this, we will conclude the opening ceremony and the plenary speech. We will take a moment to rearrange the stage. We will have a short break as we rearrange the stage. The speakers and the discussants for session 1 take a short break, and we will ask you to come to the stage. Thank you.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 곧이어 첫 번째 세션이
So, ladies and gentlemen,
시작될
we will begin a
예정입니다.
session when
참가자분들께서는
shortly. So, I would like to ask all of the
합석해
participants
주시면 저희가
to
진행하도록
take their seats.
하겠습니다.
Thank you.
네, 다시 한번 저희
So once
원활한
again,
인사 진행을
we
위해서
are going
소지하고
to
계신
begin
휴대전화는
the
무음이나
first
진동
session.
모드로
As a courtesy to the other
전환되어 있는지
participants,
확인
please make
부탁드리고요.
sure that your phones are turned
이번에도
off or
역시
switched to the
동시
silent
통역이
mode,
제공됩니다.
and
네,
simultaneous
한국어는
interpretation will
채널
be
1번,
provided.
그리고
For
영어는
Korean, please turn to
채널
channel 1.
2입니다.
For
네,
English,
곧이어서
please
첫
turn to
번째
channel
세션이
2.
시작될
We will
예정입니다.
begin the
모두
first
자리에 착석
session shortly.
부탁드리겠습니다.
Once again, I would like
고맙습니다.
everyone to take their seats.
네, 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
So once
이제
again, we will
곧이어서
begin
첫
the
번째
first
세션이
session. I would like to
진행될
ask
예정입니다.
everyone to take
뒤쪽에
their
계신
seats.
참가자분들께서는
We
이제
have
다시 자리로
participants in the back of the
이동하셔서
room.
자리에
Please
착석
come forward
부탁드리겠습니다.
and take your seats.
네, 동시 통역이 필요하신 분들께서는
And if you need
소식기를
simultaneous
활용해
interpretation,
주시고요.
please
한국어는
use the
채널
interpretation
1번,
receivers. For
영어는
Korean,
채널
it is channel
2번입니다.
1, and for English, it is channel 2.
네, 연사분들과 좌장님께서 모두 자리를
So
해주셔서
the
저희가
moderator
시작을
and
준비는 되어
the
있는데요.
speaker and panelist are on the stage. So we are going to begin. Before we begin, there is a special guest I would like to introduce. With experimented-based researcher Pros, together with Professor Duflo, has actually developed development economics around the world. And we have Professor Abhijit Banerjee from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology with us. He is a joint laureate of the Nobel Economic Prize with Professor Duflo. So thank you so much for joining us.
네, 그럼 이어서 저희 첫 번째
So we are now
세션
going to
진행하도록
move on to
하겠습니다.
the first
이번
session.
세션은
The
안심소득
first
시범
session
사업
is
1차
titled
중간고사
Seoul
결과를
Safety Income
이
Project
주제로
First Year
발표와
Annual
논의를
Report. And
진행하고자
so
합니다.
based
첫
on
번째
this topic, we will have a
세션에
presentation
좌장님과
and
연사
discussions.
부대 위에
And
자리를
as you can see on the stage, we have the
소개해
moderators,
드리도록
speakers, and
하겠습니다.
panelists. I would
먼저
like
이번
to
세션의
introduce them.
좌장을
First
맡아주실
is the
분이죠.
moderator for
서울시
this session.
안심소득
We
연구
have
자문단의 위원장을
an
맡고
advisor
계시는
to the
박기성
SSIP project,
성신여자대학교 경제학
Professor
교수님
Park Ki-sung of
참석해 주셨습니다.
Seongshin Women's University.
이어서 안심소득 시범 사업의 1차
And
연도 성과를 발표해 주실
next, we have
이정민
Professor
서울대학교
Lee Jung-min from
경제학
Seoul
교수님께서
National
자리해 주셨습니다.
University, who will actually deliver the first year annual report of SSIP. And of course, we have with us Mayor Oh Se-eun of Seoul Metropolitan City, who is now trying to realize the value going together with the socially neglected through the first experimental income security project in Korea, SSIP. And we also have once again Professor Esther Duflo from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And we also have Professor Choi Ja-won or Eleanor Choi Jae-won from Hanyang University joining us. She's an associate professor of economics. And also we have Professor Craig Rydell joining us from the University of British Columbia. He is from the Department of Economics at the University of British Columbia joining us. Thank you so much for joining us. Professor Riedel was injured a while ago, and so he is joining us virtually. Once again, thank you so much for joining us.
For your time and your effort in joining our forum today. Thank you. 네, 그럼 지금부터는 저희가
So with this, we will begin the first session. I will hand the floor over to our moderator.
Hello, everyone. I am
Ki-sung Park, Professor of Economics at Sunshin University. I will be moderating this session. It's a pleasure to meet you. First of all, I would like to thank Mayor Se-hoon-oh for preparing this forum. And the mayor is always thinking about going together with the socially neglected. And this was a great determination of Mayor Oh to carry out SSIP, and it is a great honor to be holding this international forum to assess the first results. And the first results will be announced in this first session, and we will have a discussion with experts. I would like to briefly introduce how we will carry out first session. Professor Jung-min Lee of SNU will present for 20 minutes, and then Mayor Oh will have a discussion with our three panelists. Then I would now like to allow Professor Jung-min Lee to present on SSIP first year annual report. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, I am Lee Jung-min from Seoul National University, Department of Economics. So I am actually leading the group of researchers who are responsible for assessing SSIP. As you can see, our researchers include Professor Kim Young-chul from Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, Professor Park Sang-yoon, also from Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, and Professor Song Han-kyung from University of Seoul. So these four researchers are leading the assessment of SSIP. As you know, last July, the SSIP was launched by the Seoul Metropolitan government, and as phase one, we decided to provide income support for households below 50% of the standard median income. And so it began in July of 2022, and then in this year of July of 2023, we launched phase two, and this time we are covering households below 85% of the standard median income. So this experiment will run until June 2025, and so phase one households will take part in SSIP for 3 years, and those households that took part in phase two will take part for 2 years. This is a very large-scale experiment. And in the history of policy formulation, for the first time, we are actually carrying out a policy experiment before actually implementing a policy. So we're going to design and assess policies. So it's very meaningful, and we're actually covering 4,800 households until July 2026. So every 6 months, we will carry out a survey, and once a year, we are actually going to collect administrative data. So it is a very large-scale project. So today I'm going to talk about how the phase one households spent the past year and what sort of results we were able to get. And it was already mentioned, but if you look at Korea's welfare system, the main pillar is the National Basic Livelihood Security System. But the NBLSS has a lot of limitations, and the first limitation is that the National Basic Livelihood Security System, NBLS, does not provide sufficient support for the low-income families, and also the eligibility conditions are very complicated. So some families don't know why they can no longer receive support. when support is suspended. And the eligibility conditions are very complicated. And as Professor Duflo also mentioned, because it's a complicated process, sometimes people who actually need support are not able to get support. And so we see these blind spots being created in the Korean welfare system. And the MBLS actually does not provide incentive for labor, and also people do not have the incentive to create assets. And in terms of determining eligibility and also determining the support level, it requires a very complicated administrative process and a lot of administrative cost. And Professor Duflo also talked about UBI. And in Korea, there's been a lot of political debate about welfare programs. But UBI is not suitable for Korea. First of all, of course, there is the fiscal burden. And then the second reason is that we have income gap in Korea. And there's the issue of supporting a low household income. And so a lot of economists say that UBI is not a suitable solution considering Korea's circumstances. And as an alternative, we have proposed SSIP. And so not only theoretically has it been proposed, but through a very scientific way, we are carrying out randomized control trials, RCTs. And now I would like to briefly talk about SSIP. The eligibility for SSIP is very simple. We do not look at any other conditions, but we only look at income and wealth to determine eligibility. And then the second thing is that compared to MBLSS, SSIP covers more households in terms of both income and wealth. And then third main feature of SSIP is that compared to MBLSS, we actually provide larger benefits. And then the fourth feature is that depending on your wealth level, your SSIP benefit does not decline. So we actually provide incentive for people to create asset. And compared to MBLSS, when your income goes up, the SSIP benefits decrease at a slower rate, and so we provide incentive for labor. And so here, if you look at this graph, this is based on a 3-person household, and it illustrates how SSIP benefits are provided. And we make comparison with the MBLSS and shows you how much SSIP provides in terms of income support. So the blue line is SSIP benefits, and the red line represents MBLSS benefits. And so these are the livelihood benefits provided by MBLSS. If you look at SSIP, if you have no income, it provides 178,300. But if you look at MBLSS, it provides 125,800 won. And if your income earnings go up, the pace of reduction or the rate of reduction you can see for SSIP is lower, so it provides more incentive to work. So here you can see that for MBLSS, if your monthly income is 179,800, you cannot receive benefits, but you can see that we actually provide benefits to those under 85% of standard median income. So you can see that the coverage itself is larger. And then if you look at SSIP, compared to MBLSS, provides more support. So we provide more coverage and more support compared to MBLSS. And next we'll look at asset requirements. So if you look at asset requirements, X-axis represents household income, and you can actually compare MBLS and SSIP. So for MBLSS, SSIP, if your income is below 326 million, you can continue to receive benefits. And so compared to MBLSS, you can see that in terms of assets, it provides more coverage and more support. And even if you have the same amount of asset and you have same eligibility, you can see that the benefits with SSIP is actually greater than MBLSS. And so SSIP, I think, that can impact our lives and our economy. So SSIP helps us to increase consumption, and actually we can stabilize income. And so based on this stable income, people can increase consumption, make more investment in their health, education, their children's education, and they can actually stabilize a family life. And all of this is very important to labor. So these are the basic conditions for working. And so all of this helps people to provide incentive for people to work and actually increase labor supply and productivity as well. So for the first year, we have data that we accumulated, and we'll try to show you the results that we were able to get. So SSIP actually, through many different channels, can impact our lives and our economy. And so the outcome that we expect is not only looking at consumption or looking at impact on labor supply, but we want to look at diverse aspects in terms of outcome. So we look at health, we look at family life, we look at social activity behavior.
To ensure credibility and transparency, we have registered the experiment and the pre-analysis plan at the AEA RCT registry prior to assessing any follow-up data in order to ensure the objectiveness of the evaluation. So our experiment has been registered at the AEA RCT registry. So if you go online, you can see how the experiment will be conducted and how the analysis will be done, and you can see the data. The method in which we are creating the assessment is using random controlled trial, in which Professor Duflo has received her Nobel Prize. And it means that we are randomly selecting the treatment group and the control group. So we are using a scientific methodology in order to assess the impact of the program. I will now show you the data. You can see two graphs shown here. On the left, you will see 2022 April. This is prior to the SSIP, and this shows the distribution of household income. On the right-hand side, you will see the household income that has changed after the implementation of SSIP in 2023 April. So the blue, you can see blue and red. The blue is the control group and the red is the treatment group, the households that have been selected to receive SSIP. On the left-hand graph, you will see that the control and treatment group income distribution is not that different. It shows that it is a randomized experiment. And on the right-hand side, 2023 April shows the income distribution after SSIP was implemented. The control group, you will see that their income distribution is not unlike that of the left, whereas for the treatment group, through their income that they receive from SSIP, their income distribution has moved to the right. And next, let us take a look at the impact quantitatively. From the administrative data, income has increased by 59.6%. This is a survey. The middle will show the survey conducted 6 months after implementation. After 6 months, the income increased by 33.9%. On the consumption expenditure, we do not have administrative data. That is why we have to rely on survey data. It shows that their expenditure increased by 12.5%. Then, the expenditure that has increased, where was it used? When we take a look at this, we felt that this was a meaningful insight. First of all, there was an increase by 12.4% in food expenditure. Second, medical service. This area, we saw a 30.8% increase in their expenditure, and there was an 18.6% increase in transportation. There are other expenditure items that we are not showing you in this slide, but for these other items, we did not see statistically meaningful increases. Here, we are showing you the items in which there was meaning statistically, and we see that in economic activity, the essential items are in these three areas. The low-income households, after receiving SSIP, they were spending their increased income in these essential areas. Let's look into detail for food and nutrition. So overall, I already explained in the previous slide that there was an increase by 12.4% in the actual expenditure, and we carried out a detailed survey on what the nutrition score was, whether they were having breakfast and what nutrition they were getting through such food. And we can convert this into a nutrition score. And we saw that there was a 3% increase in nutrition score. And through such food expenditure increasing, we see consistency with the increase in the nutrition score. Next, this is an interesting point. We are looking at the first phase households, and these households were households that had less than 50% of the median income. And the expenditure of these households, we noticed, was private transfer, and another item was charitable donation. This was quite remarkable because these people were having difficulty in maintaining their livelihood. However, we see once they receive such income, they were helping individuals out that they knew and were even donating for charitable causes. Professor Duflo showed us in many of her experiments that it had an impact, an improvement on mental health. There was a clear improvement in mental health. In the self-esteem criteria, 14.6% increased, and depression. So this is a reverse calculation of depression. We saw an improvement of 16.4%, and for stress, improvement of 18.1%. In the case of mental health, we conducted a survey using detailed survey items, and it is a index that is used commonly in other experiments, and we see consistency in results of SSIP with other experiments like this, which shows that when the basic income is guaranteed, it greatly improves the mental health of the treatment group. Next, on those who maintain their jobs, we conducted a survey on the job satisfaction, their overall job satisfaction, career potential, and their work. First, on the earned income, in both the administrative data and the survey data, compared to before the implementation of SSIP and after, there wasn't a significant increase in the earned income. There was a slight increase from the administrative data from 546,000 to 641,000, and for the survey data, a similar level was maintained, 789 and 782. So in order to assess impact on employment, we compared SSIP with the livelihood support of NBLSS. And the households that were receiving NBLSS, we selected them to compare with the SSIP group. And when we did such a comparison, we saw that SSIP was able to increase employment by 1.3% compared to those who were receiving NBLSS. When we conducted the survey, we saw that there was 11.2% points increased. So compared to livelihood support, SSIP increases employment and induces employment. Lastly, so if we summarize the findings, it is as follows. And the summary is shown based on the importance. So there was improvement in the mental health due to the increased stable income, and there was improvement in nutrition aligned with increase in food expenditure. With the increase in expenditure, we see that most of the increase was for essential expenditures such as food, medical service, and transportation, which is noteworthy. Furthermore, out of the SSIP household recipients, their satisfaction with their jobs increased overall, and compared to NBLSS, SSIP can promote work. Other than the labor supply, we see positive results for non-labor outcomes, which suggests that it will increase productivity in the long run. We are right now only looking at 6-month or 1-year results. We believe that there will be bigger improvements in the labor impact if we look at the results in a more longer term. These are now the challenges. So we are conducting a survey, and there was a 17.7% that did not respond. Also, for the administrative data, we were not able to obtain 6.2% of the administrative data. So we did a test for internal validity, and we aim to use statistical methods to complement for these shortcomings, and we should work on improving the data integrity as we carry out this survey until 2026. So lastly, in ending, I would like to quote what Mayor Oh said on Facebook. The essence of welfare is to uplift spirits, those who are in difficult circumstances and in the shadows, have crumbling hearts. When people lose their self-esteem and self-respect, they lose everything. To help them stand again, we must help them build up their sense of self. In the results that we saw, one of the key findings is that those who receive SSIP, they increase their expenditure. It was essential items. Their lives became stable, their self-esteem, dignity increased. There was improvements in depression and stress. We believe that this is very close to the essence and fundamentals of welfare, and with this I will conclude my remarks. Thank you very much. So we heard about the positive results of SSIP. We will now hear from the panelists. We have 4 panelists, and we will let each speaker speak for 10 minutes, and we will be hearing from Professor Duflo for 10 minutes first.
Please comment.
Should I go there? Yeah, thank you very much. I think I will
네, 감사합니다. 저는 그렇게 오래 걸리지 않을 것 같습니다.
Excuse me, since I've already spoke for 25 minutes, and I would very much like to give back my time to other people. But I'll say a few words. So first of all, let me congratulate you for launching the study, executing the study, and for the care with which you have presented the result today. I think it is quite rare that programs are evaluated before they are generalized. And it's even rarer when these programs are actually the flagship program campaign promise. That we have an opportunity to evaluate a flagship campaign promise before it's being rolled out, because, of course, the results could be whatever they are, and it could be positive, it could be negative, and I think it took a lot of courage and a lot of energy and dedication to launch this experiment. That's perhaps the most important thing I'm going to say today. I also think that this is, compared to all of the other experiments we had, it's the most complete of a program of this sort. The Finland experiment was referred to here and there, but it's in the end turned out to be a replacement for a bunch of other programs, and it was discontinued before the results would really come out. So it's hard to take. It's nice that they started, but it is hard to really conclude very much from it. So I think this particular study, and in particular when we see the long-term result, will be extraordinarily important. For this reason as well, I commend you for the running the experiment. I think it was important to have to register the experiment, to have a pre-analysis plan, so that we know, people can listen to can read this result with a lot of confidence. I had a few technical, or not so much, let's say, plumbing questions. The first one, and you alluded to that in the presentation, is that the experiment sits on the existence of an existing social welfare program. I wasn't very sure whether people had to give up the existing NLSP, or whether to get the SSIP, or whether it came on top of it. I'm not very sure what it was in the experiment and how you envision it. Should the program be scaled up? Are we thinking of it as a substitute for this program? Are we thinking of it as sitting on top of this program? And so I didn't understand what it was in the experiment, and I didn't understand what it was going to be in reality, and therefore it made it difficult to go from one to the other. So it would be very nice to clarify that. Possibly you don't have the answer to the second question, but you must have the answer to the first question. The second question is that you point out that the target selection criteria are very simple. They just depend on income and wealth. But depending on how you measure wealth, this is where it can become very tricky. Financial aid in the US only depends on income and wealth, and it requires filling a 20-page form called the FAFSA that a lot of students don't even fill out because they get totally desperate with it. So I think there is a very easy kind of slippery road towards introducing more bells and whistles in selection criteria, where we are thinking that we are still doing something very simple, but we think of the various contingencies we should take into account, and at the end of the day, before we are done kind of selecting our people, we suddenly have a 20-page form, and we are back to the world of complicated. So when I hear it's very simple, it just depends on income and wealth, then I want to know, well, how do you measure income and wealth, and what do people have to provide, and is it in their own, is it their own responsibility to do it, or is it going to be done for them, and so on and so forth. Then again, this question is again, what happened in the experiment, what would happen in the real world, and this is probably an area where there is a tremendous amount of value added that would come from trying different version or at least being very clear and documented whatever is being done, because that's where we kind of not very good at doing it today in a lot of rich countries that have targeted income programs that end up inadvertently excluding a lot of people in the targeting. I was very struck by that's a comment, not a question, but I was very struck by the very large increase in medical expenditure. This might relate to the specific circumstances of Korea, where the healthcare system might require more out-of-pocket expenditure than in other countries. But I think it's interesting because often there are choices that can be made when you want to kind of help the poor. And one choice can be, well, we are going to provide free health care or universal health insurance. And that has political and fiscal costs. Or you could provide income security, and that has political and fiscal costs. So it's probably difficult to do both at the same time. And so there is a bit of there shouldn't be a conflict between the two approaches. But just because there is only 24 hours in the day and only so much money, it ends up being a choice. And it's giving universal insurance does not increase income. So it is interesting to see that giving income access increases health expenditure. So there, it would be very nice to see more on health status and not just expenditure, to see whether, in the same way that you have food expenditure and then nutrition, and of course we see that food expenditure goes up by 12%, but nutrition only goes up by 3% because some of it is, nicer tasting things, which is good. But we would also like to see from health expenditure to health status. Of course, you already have mental health status, which is a very important part of it. But I don't know if it exists in the survey or can exist in future surveys, looking at things like, in particular, chronic health conditions, diabetes, hypertension, back pain, and things like that would be very interesting, as well as emergency room visits moving forward. Whatever you find, I'm not saying you have to find something to be interesting, but I think it's actually, given the very large increase in health expenditure, which seems to be a very important fact. And finally, I found generally the analysis very clear. And I got a little bit lost only at one point, which is when you started discussing employment effect and labor income effect. So I think I would have started I would have liked to see the simple difference between treatment and control group in the entire sample before we do anything. And I might have missed it, but I don't think I saw it either when reading the presentation or hearing it today. So I think it would be a good place to start. And then we could unpack it in various ways. And then even when you look at the comparison between the households that have the existing social security system, the national one, there again, so you saw basically a zero labor supply effect, but we don't, it would be, since I didn't know if they kept that program or not, I didn't know how to interpret that, but we can see later. And then I lost a step to go from that it was a zero labor supply effect, and then suddenly it means that it had a positive labor supply effect. I got lost in that particular argument. But again, overall, I think this is a fantastic study, really important. It's going to provide insights that are going to be watched around the world. So keep up the good work. Thank you so much. Thank you for doing it. Thank you for taking the risk, sticking your neck out, and you've been evidently rewarded for this political risk and courage.
Thank you very much. 예, 감사합니다. 디플로 교수님께서 여러 가지 코멘트를 해주셨는데
Professor Duflo has made a lot of comments, and those that receive SSIP, you are no longer qualified to receive the National Basic Livelihood Security System. So you are disqualified from receiving NBLS. Then now we will go on to Professor Riddle.
Yeah, please comment. 소리가 안 들리는데.
Cannot hear you.
Just a second. Yeah, good. Thank
Now
you.
we hear you.
Thank you very much.
So first of all, I was very pleased to be invited to participate in this important event, and I'm very sorry that I can't be there in person on this occasion. Most of my comments are on the report itself, but I've got a few general comments as well. So in terms of general comments about the SSIP, from my understanding, it's a very carefully designed, it's an ambitious program, and I think we're going to learn quite a bit from it and from the analysis that's coming out. I also was very impressed with the quality of the first year annual report, both the presentation that you saw earlier, but the full report itself are quite clearly written. The analysis is carefully done, and when there's an issue that needs further work, the authors don't try to hide it. They are quite willing to make note of it and indicate a plan to look at it further in work to come. So that's a couple of general comments. Let me make three brief comments, and then if there's time, I'll go into a few more technical specific issues. The first point is that the SSIP is unusual in social experiments in having a control group that's much larger than the treatment group. In fact, the original NIT experiments, and I'll discuss those more tomorrow, the control group was smaller, significantly smaller than the treatment group, for reasons I can go into tomorrow if people are interested. But here we have a control group that's double the size of the treatment group. Now, there's nothing wrong with that, as long as there's random assignment. Having more observations is a good thing. But two questions arise, and they arise because attrition is quite a bit higher in the control group than in the treatment group. And if attrition is non-random, that can create problems for the integrity of the experimental data and the experimental estimates. So I have two questions about that. One is, are the people in the control group being paid to respond to surveys? If not, that could be one reason why attrition is higher in the control group. And then the second is, if they are being paid, you might consider paying them a bit more. And you could do that by having a smaller control group. You've got lots of observations in the control group to play with. Okay, the second general comment, and again, this is more on the design than the analysis in the first year report, is that there's currently, as I understand it, there's currently only one follow-up survey planned, and that's to be carried out 1 year later. And quite a few of the effects that this treatment, this experiment is testing may only emerge over a longer time period. I've been involved in a follow-up of a welfare to work program that was carried out in Canada in the 1990s. And the initial results from one of the sub-experiments in that were rather disappointing. But we've been able to follow them by linking to taxation data for 25 years after the experiment ended. And we found that even though there was no evident short-term effect, there were some sizable long-term effects from one of the experiments in that case. Now, that doesn't always happen, of course, but that's something to consider, is to have longer follow-up, and perhaps the administrative data is a relatively inexpensive way to achieve that, and may also have less attrition than the survey data. So the third general comment I have is that the authors report quite large differences in their estimates between the survey data and the administrative data. So, for example, looking at the impact on earnings, but the administrative data shows an increase of 60%, whereas the survey data shows an increase of only 35%. And the control group means are also quite different. That is, the baseline means before the treatment started are also quite different between the administrative data and the survey data. So I think it's important to try to understand better the differences between these two data sources. Maybe that's understood, but it certainly should be explained to readers of the report. So if I have time, I'll mention a couple of other more technical points, at least one. If you look at the figure that was put out on changes in income between the baseline before the treatment started and after the experiment started, there's a very large fraction of both treatments and controls who have zero income. And a good part of the increased income effect is coming about because those people in the treatment group, they moved from having no income to having positive income. And it looks like from this, you see some spikes in the data at various levels of higher incomes than zero, various levels of positive income, which is probably where this large number of people that had zero income at the beginning have moved to. And I'd like to know more about that zero income group. The evidence from the baseline survey data is that there's also a large number of people that aren't working. And there's also only a small people who are receiving the welfare benefits, that is the hospitality benefits. And so how are these families surviving? If there's 30% of the sample that are living on zero income, is it coming from help from other relatives, or are they running down their savings? So there's a number of questions that I'd like to see answered about this large fraction of the survey population that are registering as reported as having zero income, and why that happens, and then whatever reasons why they're able to survive, how much of the benefits of the program are replacing the other reasons that these families had to enable them to continue living. So I'll end my comments there, but let me reiterate, this is a very exciting and ambitious experiment that's well designed, and I think we will learn quite a bit from it. Thank you.
예, 감사합니다. 예, thank you very much. 리델 교수님께서 여러 가지
So Professor Riedel has shared with us very constructive insight. So he pointed out that, in the long term, there are things that we must consider. Next, I would like to invite Professor Choi from Hanyang University. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this very meaningful forum. And I am greatly honored to take part in this discussion. So SSIP is the first of its kind in Korea in terms of a policy experiment. And it is based on evidence So it's about establishing policy based on evidence, and I believe that the SSIP is a flagship project. So SSIP and MBLSS, these are the two programs. And you can look at the benefit formula, and I have a slide with the benefit formula. So SSIP compared to MBLSS, if you have zero income, you can see that the maximum benefit is actually larger than MBLS. And Professor Lee explained this, but as your income goes up, you can see that the benefit decreases, but the pace is much slower than MBLS. And so it is much more generous program compared to MBLS. And if you look at eligibility, the criteria, you can see SSIP is much more simple than MBLSS. So Professor Lee has explained to us about the new program and also the important impacts that can be created by adopting such a program. Overall income goes up, and people's consumption goes up, and especially people's mental health greatly improves. So these are some of the results that were shared with us. So in this discussion, I study labor economics, and my interest is on impact on labor supply. So if you look at the impact of labor supply, I believe that it is very closely tied to the validity of this study. And I think that labor supply impact is a variable or an outcome that we need to pay attention to. As we implement SSIP, how does it impact labor supply? I think theoretically, it is very hard to come up with clear predictions. Labor supply can increase or labor supply can decrease. So it is very hard to predict exactly how the labor supply will be impacted. So depending on income bracket, we have to look at how many subjects there are. And we also have to look at how they are motivated to work, their level of motivation for work. So if you look at this graph, this is a graph that Professor Lee already showed us that compares MBLSS and SSIP. So depending on their income group, I group them into three groups, A, B, C. For A groups, their standard median income is below 30%, and so they can actually be eligible for SSIP and MBLSS. B is from between 30 to 80%, 85%, and so they can only qualify for SSIP, and C group is standard median income is above 85%. And so they cannot be eligible for SSIP or MBLSS. Then for each group, we have to look at the labor supply and the incentive for labor supply for each group. And for A group, what we find is that there are both factors that can increase and decrease labor supply. As Professor Esther Duflo mentioned, because of the income effect, there is a small possibility of decrease in labor supply. So it is not very clear, but it seems that labor supply will increase. But if you look at B group, what we find is that there are factors that will decrease labor supply. And if you look at C group, because they are not eligible for SSIP, the people in the C group, some of them might actually decide to work a little bit less and qualify for SSIP. So there is that incentive to work less and qualify for SSIP. So we have to look at the labor supply impact for different groups, A, B, C. Then, of course, in the short term, there might be a reduction in labor supply, and I don't think that would be surprising. If we see a reduction in labor supply, then I think in the short term, we will actually see an increase in fiscal burden if we implement SSIP. Professor Lee, in his presentation, talked about the impact on Group A. And I think in SSIP experiment, we look at and target people in A group and B group. But if we want to comprehensively understand the impact of the policy, we have to actually look at A, B, C groups and do analysis. So in the short term, of course, there might be negative impacts, and I don't think that is surprising. But in the long term, I think the situation might change. Because in the short term, some people might want to work less. And with the saved time, they might want to get more education, or they might want to acquire new skills through training, or they might be working less through SSIP, but maybe their health will get much better. So I think that this will help us to develop and accumulate human capital. And if we have an accumulation of human capital over the long term, this will actually lead to increases in income and also increases in labor supply, ultimately. So this program, of course, we have to look at the fiscal validity, and to do that, we have to look at labor supply issues. But then ultimately, I think those who receive SSIP maybe might not get welfare benefits later on, and they might actually become independent. And if I can add one more point, if we look at the impact on accumulating or building human capital, I think it also depends on those who receive the benefits, their characteristics. So in the beginning of your career, and then some people might be in the mid of their career or in the late term of their career, I think the impact on human capital accumulation might be different. So before I conclude my remarks, I would like to talk about two additional points. So the first point is we saw that graph comparing SSIP and BLSS. So it's a very simple sort of setting in which we compare SSIP and BLSS. But in reality, there are other income security programs that the central government programs and also some metropolitan government programs. So there are many different welfare programs in place, and these welfare programs interact with one another. And so the welfare recipients, I think that their incentives might change. And we also have to look at income tax as well. So the graph will not become so simple. The graph will become much more complicated, and we have to actually carry out empirical studies, do analysis. And then the second point I would like to make is that when we look at fiscal validity, in the long term, we'll accumulate human capital and we'll see increase in labor supply. But as we implement this experiment, if we find that the long-term effects don't meet our expectations, then I think we can consider the following factors when we actually implement a policy. So there are additional factors to consider. So one example might be, as I mentioned before, if we can actually target support for that group where we see an increase in labor supply, and those who receive SSIP, maybe within X number of years, they might have to begin looking for a job. So that sort of conditional requirement could be attached. And then the last part is maybe we can look at the limiting the period in which people can receive the benefits of SSIP. In other countries, what we find is that ultimately the recipients' independence is increased through the programs. And in order to motivate people to work more, there are different political factors, policy factors that we consider. So when I heard that SSIP was being implemented as an economist, I was greatly delighted. And I am very curious to learn about the long-term effect or impact of SSIP. So with this, I would like to conclude my remarks.
마지막으로 오세훈 시장님께서
Next, we will now hear from Mayor Oh. So, I would like to thank Professor Jong-min Lee for summarizing the results, and Professor Duflo asked a couple of questions, and I'm sure that there will be ample time on a separate occasion to provide explanation, but to provide some answers on the spot. It was answered that if you receive SSIP, you cannot get the livelihood support, the national livelihood support, and she was interested in the increase in the medical expenditure. This is a common sense answer, maybe, that those who do not have sufficient income, those that should have been taken care of, and one's health that you wanted to pay attention to but could not because you did not have the means to, is probably the medical expenditures. For example, it was last or this week where I met those who were living in poor living conditions, and they had received dental support, and they could not go to a dentist because they could not find the money to go to the dentist, and so they could not take any meat because they could not chew, and they just gave up on eating meat altogether. But after their dental treatment, they are now eating meat, and they can now laugh and smile without covering their mouths. And so probably the medical expenditures were used in these types of areas. So this is an experience that I wanted to share that might answer one of the questions that Professor Duflo had. And I got a lot of insight through the panel discussion that there should be a possibility to look at the long-term effect. An example is like this: Koreans, which is widely recognized, is that Koreans are a people who are able to sacrifice their current situation for long-term, for their future. So although they need to save and they might have to make sacrifices at the moment, they tend to invest in education and for their future. So these effects will not show up immediately. You will only be able to see those effects in the longer term. Carrying out a project for 3 years and then a follow-up of 1 year after that will lead to many blind spots that are missed in the assessment. And so through the various comments from the panelists, Professor Liddell and Professor Che mentioned the need to think about the long-term results. And so after today's forum, we will try to see if we can supplement the analysis through other ways. I believe in the selfishness of human beings. So one always wants to earn not only 1 million, but 1.5 million, 2 million, and 3 million, and 5 million Korean won, which is a basic desire of all people. And when the safety income is provided, many people are worried about the side effect of those who may not want to work. But I do not think that they will be the majority. Of course, for the elderly who are older in age that had been working for their livelihood, collecting waste and selling the scrap, when they receive SSIP, their will to work may be reduced. That is something that we need to accept. But for the younger generation, they will think about their future, and support, such as SSIP, will be used for investing in their future, for their education and training, which is my hopeful thinking. And we asked for objective and thorough analysis because I am curious too what will happen. And it can be different for the gender, age brackets, and their income. Their investment may be different. And through sophisticated and meticulous analysis, we hope that it can give us insight and outcomes that helps people understand this program. And after such understanding, I believe people will be more acceptive to carry out a large-scale program. And I want to thank all of the discussants and the participants of the forum and the discussion. We are in our first year annual report, so we will at Seoul Metropolitan Government carry out continuous research and follow-up studies, and based on your recommendations and your insights, we will be designing the program so that it leads to successful analysis that can give insight to people around the world. I want to thank all of the participants for being with us. And Seoul Metropolitan Government, through SSIP, we aim to design a most desirable welfare system, and we seek to envision the future of an income security system with a objective and reasonable and thorough analysis. We seek your continued interest in the project, and I want to thank our moderator and Professor Duflo and other panelists and the professors who will be speaking in the afternoon and the professors who will be speaking tomorrow. So I want to extend my gratitude to all of you. Thank you very much. We will now take some questions from the floor. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. Our staff will hand you a microphone.
So I believe that this program was initiated with wonderful intentions. And my personal hope is that this is not just limited to Korea, but I hope that is rolled out to other parts of Korea. And in order to do that, I think we need the support of the Korean people and the consensus of the Korean people. So I think maybe we should have a referendum on this program.
My words, I think this is a 100% goodwill program. Nevertheless, in order to make it more supportive, should it go through the referendum?
이 질문에 대해서는 누가 답변하셨어요? 좋은
I wonder who should answer this question. It is a good question, but we are not certain who should be answering. So we will take that as a suggestion or a comment because there are some political implications related to that question. Are there any other questions from the floor?
예, 저쪽에.
I am Sang-eun Lee from Korea Economic News. And one question that I wanted to ask was politicians, they have to think about the popular opinion. And because of popular opinion, many politicians aim for and pursue universal basic income. Do you have any comments for politicians who, due to popular opinion, seek basic income, universal basic income? And this question is directed to Professor Duflo. Any comments for politicians?
I'm not a politician, so I'm not sure I am the right person. I don't think there is a theorem that's saying that universal basic income would be more popular than a targeted one. I think it depends a little bit how it is explained and what are the preferences in the populace for a distribution. One thing that is true is that in the same way that economists tend to be, in my opinion, too obsessed about negative labor supply of transfers, especially compared to the data that we actually have that suggests that they are very limited if they exist at all. People also have the same opinion. So we did an experiment, a small survey experiment for our book, Good Economics for Hard Time, where we asked, we interviewed people, and half of the people we asked them, suppose there was a universal basic income, would you work less? And then suppose that the health benefits was conditional on working, would you work more? And then the other half, we asked people, suppose that there was universal basic income, would other people work less? And suppose that the Medicare or Medicaid health benefit was conditional income, would other people work more? And people answer about themselves very much like we see on the data. Of course, I would not work less. Of course, my work is not sensitive to, I'm working because I like working, because it's important for me. But the people who are interviewed about other people, they say, oh yes, these other people, they will stop all working. And that creates a condition which is not very favorable for a redistributive program of any kind, because if you think that everybody else would stop working but you, basically you're the one person paying into the system that for paying everybody else to being lazy. So I think it's very important to change people, certainly before doing any referendum of that kind. It's very important to change people's perception of the effect of this program, so that this kind of very strong idea that the labor supply effects are important, etc., are removed if they happen to be not true. And in this context, this experiment, and then I really concur on the long-term impact on them and the differential impact by groups, as you emphasize, older people. You know, if we have, I think it's so important what you said, if we have negative labor supply impact for people over 70, then great. You know, maybe people over 70 should enjoy some rest. If these results, when these results come out and are discussed and are commented, then a consensus can form. I still strongly believe in that a consensus can form around a policy that's informed. It's a little bit early to tell, but the conditions are created for us to learn, and thanks to the experiment, for us to learn in a transparent way that will be easy to communicate about, which would help creating consensus around a policy, this one or another one, depending on what comes out from the results.
답변 감사드립니다.
Thank you very much for your answer. I think we can entertain one last question due to time constraint.
한 분만 더 오겠습니다.
네, 안녕하십니까. 저는
Hello.
강서구에서
I am working as a public official in Gangseo District in Seoul.
제가 이거 포럼에 참가하는 게 처음이라
So this is my first time at the forum, so I'm a little bit nervous and I might not be eloquent, but I hope you will listen to what I have to say.
안심소득에 대해서
So with regard to safety income, I worked at a civic center, so I basically deal with citizens face to face. And I actually have to consult with the actual recipients of these programs. And the recipients feel deprivation. So, for example, if they're under the ABLSS, sometimes maybe it's with just like a minor difference that they're not eligible. So they say to me, my income is not that much, but how come that other person gets a benefit and how come I don't get a benefit? And so as a public government official, sometimes it's hard to explain to these recipients, why they can't receive the benefits. And we just tell them this is the way the program is and there's nothing we can do. So it was sometimes very hard to explain to the recipients, why they are not eligible. So with SSIP,
그래프를 봤을
If you look at this graph,
이 그래프를 뭐라고 해야 될까? SSIP 맥스.
so if you look at SSIP max benefit, that's on the graph.
이제 SSIP가
For SSIP,
어떤 일정 수준을 이렇게
once you
320
So,
25% 정도 선에서 이게
at
넘어가면은
if your income is above 326 million,
방향이 딱그 소득이
so at a certain threshold, you cannot get a benefit if you go over a certain threshold. So in this graph, it seems that under that threshold, everyone gets the same benefit. But if you look at basic pension, depending on your income level, the benefits differ.
점점 더 이 그래프 자체가
And so this graph, if you look at it,
조금 더 뭐라 해야 되지?
I think maybe perhaps
안 되는 사람이 점점 그 구간별로 이제
for each group,
급여액을 조금 더 다르게 해서
maybe we can actually.
기준을 해서 내 앞에 이 사람이랑
So, for example, maybe we can actually sort of narrow the threshold so that more people can get coverage. And Professor Che talked about the impact on labor supply, and I think that's something I also thought about. So if you can make your question more concise. So of course, I think that what I'm trying to say is that, we have to look at in more detail, like the different income brackets or income levels.
이정민 교수님 답변해 주시죠.
So Professor Lee, do you have anything to add?
예, 질문 감사하고요.
So thank you very much for your question. So I think a lot of people have already said this, but we really have to look at the long-term impact of SSIP to accurately evaluate the experiment. And the reason why we carry out these experiments is because, we want to identify problems that we haven't been able to identify and actually address the problems that people face in the field. And so when we design the policy moving forward, we want to consider all of these factors. And so this is the reason why we are actually implementing this experiment. So I think, someone said that we should look at the impact of this program for the next 25 years, and then I'll be in my late 70s. I am more than willing to carry out the research and study even in my 70s. And so I think I'm very interested also to see the long-term effect of this program. And so I will continue to do my research. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, we will conclude the first session. I would like to once again thank our panelists, presenters for what was a very constructive session. So once again, thank you very much. The first presentation and discussion has just concluded. And as Professor Lee mentioned, we hope that even in his 70s, he will continue on with this work. We talked about the direction that SSIP should move forward. And once again, I would like to thank the moderator and presenter and panelists for sharing with us their insight. Once again, I would like to thank everyone who has joined us at this forum. Now our staff will guide and assist the VIP guests to the VIP luncheon, and we have prepared lunch for the participants. In the second session that will begin at 2 p.m., we will look at various income security projects that are being implemented throughout cities around the world. And when you leave the venue, please make sure you leave the interpretation receivers where you found them. We will see you again at session 2.
네, 여러분 즐겁고 편안한 휴식 시간 그리고 점심 시간 되셨을까요?
I
오전
hope you all
세션에서는 서울
enjoyed
안심 토픽에
lunch.
대해서 궁금한
In the
점을
morning,
물어보고
we
심도 있는
had in-depth
인사인데요.
discussions with
이어지는
experts on the topic of
세션에서는
Seoul
국내를
Safety Income
넘어서서
Project
해외
first year
소득
annual
공장
report.
정책
This
실험
year,
사례를
we're
함께
going to look
공유하고요.
at
또 소득
guaranteed income
공장제도 발전을
pilots
위한
around the
해법을 함께
world and try to
논의해보고자
find
합니다. 이번
solutions
세션을
for
위해서
these
참여해 주실 분들
guarantee
제가
income
한 분
pilots. I would like
소개해드리겠습니다.
to
먼저
introduce
과정 모의
our
세션을 함께
moderator and
해주시죠.
panelists.
사회
Our
영역학 연구과
moderator
사회 정책 분석에
is
대한
a
학술적
person
연구를
carried
활동하는
out
분이고
academic
국내 최대
research on this topic,
사회복지학술단지
and he
한국사회복지학회
is
41대
actually
회장직을
the
맡고 계신 분입니다.
41
홍경준 성균관대학교
president of the
사회복지학
Social
교수님
Policy
참여하시겠습니다.
Association. We have from Seongkyungwan University, Professor of Social Policy, Hong Kyung-jun.
교수님. 이어서 해외
And
사례를
also
들려주실 세
we
분의
have
연사분을
three
소개해드립니다.
speakers that I would
먼저
like to introduce
세계인권에서
from
성공적인
the United
시범사업과
States,
거주자들의 삶의
Chicago.
질을 향상시키기
We
위한
have Mr. Mark
혁신적인 전략을
Sanders, Deputy
만들어가고
Commissioner
계시는
of Chicago
미국
Department of
시카고시
Family and Support
가족지원사무소 마크
Services,
샌더스
joining us.
부국장님께서 참석을 해주셨습니다. Thank you very much. 네, 이어서 미국 최대
And
규모의
the
LA
U.S.
보장소득 프로그램을
largest
비롯해서 다양한
income
경제
security
역량
program
강화
that is
프로그램을
carried out
감당하고
in
계시는
LA
에론
is
스트라스 미국
being led
로스앤젤레스시
by Mr.
가족을
Aaron
위한
Strass,
지역사회
the Senior
투자국
Program Manager of
서포렌의
Community Wealth
인사분이십니다. Thank
Initiatives,
you very
City
much,
of
Mr.
Los
Aaron
Angeles
Strauss.
Community Investment for Families is joining us.
네, 다음으로는 지난
And then
20년간
next, for the past 20 years, working to bring financial innovation to address poverty issues and income gap, we have Director of Stanford Basic Income Lab, Mr. Sean Kine. And also for our session, I would like to introduce the panelists. We have Professor Heikki Hilmano, who is a University of Social Policy at the University of Helsinki. And also working for the welfare policy of Seoul City and also for the underprivileged, we have President of the Seoul Welfare Foundation, Mr. Kim Sang-chul, joining us. And also we have a Professor of Economics from Korea University, Professor Kim Jin-young, joining us. The professor, he is an expert on labor economics. And then last but not least, we have Professor Son Hae-rim, Associate Professor of Economics from University of Seoul. Thank you for joining us. So now I would like to hand the floor over to our moderator, Professor Hong.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Hong Kyung-jun, and Professor of Social Policy at Seongkyungwan University. I am also the 41st President of the Korea Academy of Social Welfare. Today, I am honored to have taken on the role of moderating for this session. This session has been organized to share case studies on income security policy experiments with speakers from Chicago, Los Angeles, and Stanford University. After the three speakers each delivered 20-minute presentations, we will proceed with the panel discussion, followed by an audience Q&A session. 이제부터 우리말로 진행하겠습니다. 첫 번째 발표를 준비.
So now I would like to deliver my presentation in Korean. So the first presenter is Mr. Mark Sanders. He is the Deputy Commissioner of Chicago Department of Family and Support Services, and he will deliver his presentation. Mr. Sanders, you have 20 minutes to deliver your presentation.
Good afternoon. I bring you greetings from Chicago, Illinois, on behalf of Mayor Brandon Johnson, Commissioner Brandy Kanazi, and the great city of Chicago. I am honored to speak to you about to be here at the Seoul International Forum on Safety Income 2023 to discuss our Chicago Resilient Communities pilot. First, a little about the city of Chicago. We are the third largest city in the United States. We are home to about 2.7 million people. We are divided into 77 community areas, and they are divided into 50 different wards. We're governed by Mayor Brandon Johnson and a city council of 50 elected members, one from each ward, who represent the neighborhoods in Chicago. We're also located in the Midwestern part of the United States, in the northern part of the state of Illinois, which includes Cook County. So our full metropolitan area is about 8.9 million people. We have two major international airports, O'Hare and Midway Airport. We have hundreds of parks, theaters, colleges, universities, thousands of large corporations and small businesses, and a whole host of restaurants claiming to have the best pizza, the best deep dish pizza in the city, and matter of fact, in the planet. My favorite happens to be Pequod, so if you're ever in the area, be sure to give them a visit. The Department of Family and Support Services is the largest social and human service agency in the city of Chicago. Working with community partners, we connect residents to resources that build stability, support their well-being, and empower them to thrive. We do this in partnership with over 300 community-based organizations who provide services in the following divisions. We have children, youth, and senior services. We have a division on gender-based violence. We provide homeless services, and I lead our workforce services division as well as our human services division, which is where we administered the Chicago Resilient Communities pilot. So why was the Guaranteed Income Program important for Chicago residents? Well, despite all those amenities and access to resources that I spoke about earlier, despite all the employment opportunities there, 17% of all Chicagoans live in poverty. 44% of all Chicagoans can't afford to meet their basic needs. This means that sometimes rent goes unpaid. Sometimes families have to choose between medical bills or prescriptions and food. The effects of COVID-19 made a bad situation in our community even worse. It caused more job loss, created more health risks, and increased caregiving responsibilities for many families. This was compounded by Chicago's history of segregation, racism, and white supremacy. Because of this background, we wanted to make sure that we supported residents in an innovative way that could potentially undo these previous historical harms. In essence, we wanted to support individuals like Zenaida, a hardworking mother who had difficulty making ends meet. She had difficulty helping to address her family's financial needs. She worked 2 jobs, but was still faced with challenges. She has an income, so she does not always qualify for most public programs. So this pilot was an opportunity for our city to gauge the impact of $500 in cash assistance every month for 12 months, no strings attached. According to Zenaida, in that first month, she started receiving payments. A huge burden was already lifted. It's a lot to have that hanging over your head when you're trying to raise a family, and so this puts me so much farther ahead. Her testimony is very similar to others that we've heard that were able to participate in this pilot. So what is the Chicago Resilient Communities Pilot? In the next few slides, I want to tell you about the pilot using a results-based accountability framework. We'll talk about what we did, how well we did it, and if anyone was better off. Here's a quick snapshot. In our pilot, 5,000 low-income Chicago households were benefited from $500 a month for 12 months. We did this through a citywide application and a random selection lottery. In the first day, we had 70,000 applications, which demonstrated the high need for this program. And within 3 weeks, over 176,000 eligible applicants applied. A few of the pilot goals and principles are as follows. In addition to providing financial relief to residents experiencing economic harm, recovering from the economic impacts of a global pandemic, we wanted to use this opportunity to transform our city's human services. We wanted to rethink the way that we caused harm to applicants that needed relief. And so we use this also as a moment to help build the field of practice and add to the findings that we've already heard about so much about today. In designing our program, we wanted to make sure we got feedback from our community. We recognize that part of the harms that people have experienced from our programs and services have to do with the fact that many of our participants were not included in the process. And so we created a 37-member advisory committee, and we also included representatives from the mayor's office and the Chicago Department of Family and Support Services. This group informed every design decision that we made, from the learning agenda, where we helped determine what it is that we would demonstrate or learn, who would be eligible for the application, what would our outreach strategies look like, and what would that lottery design look like. In addition, we contracted with program administrators, Give Directly and Aid Kit. Their support was essential in making sure this program ran effectively. We also had the YWCA of Metropolitan Chicago, also known as the Young Women's Christian Association, who led our outreach strategy to different communities in the city of Chicago. They were the lead outreach partners, and they also led a group of smaller agencies that provided in-depth outreach to communities throughout the city of Chicago. The pilot program evaluation is led by the University of Chicago Inclusive Economy Lab, and the Harvard Kennedy School Government Performance Lab helped inform our outreach strategy by analyzing data each week as we convened with our outreach partners to determine whether or not we were meeting our program goals and objectives. With our eligibility criteria, we determined that everyone in the program must reside in the city of Chicago. They must be 18 years of age or older and have experienced some type of economic hardship related to COVID-19. Also, the household income level had to fall at or below 250% of the federal poverty line, which is about $57,000 for a family of 3. One of the toughest decisions that our community advisory made was around the 250% of the poverty line. We had the ability to go as high as 300% based on the program, based on the federal guidelines. However, we agreed to 250% for the reasons below. It aligned with the federal government criteria. It supports households falling through various safety nets due to income caps. It acknowledges the rising cost of living. It allows research to monitor a larger variety of individual circumstances, and we felt like it was easy to communicate, apply, and verify. The chart below shows how the program compares with other public benefit programs, like our rental assistance program, our SNAP program, which helps people access healthy food, as well as our child care assistance programs. While most of our public programs target individuals at lower income levels, this income threshold of 250% enables us to understand the impact of cash both for families in deep poverty and those with significant economic insecurity and few safety net alternatives, much like Zenaida and her family. Another important component of our project and our pilot was to make sure that we protected people's benefits, their existing benefits, and made sure they were able to access other forms of relief. All throughout the program, all of our safety net programs, as I mentioned, have strict income requirements. 1 penny above the income requirement could disqualify an individual for a benefit. So we wanted to make sure that people that were benefiting from the Chicago Community Resiliency Fund pilot were able to maintain their benefits. And so we applied for waivers and benefits protections so that people who were already on public assistance could keep that while they were receiving this program. And so 58% of the participants were in that SNAP program for access to food. 24% were enrolled in Medicaid, which is our healthcare program. 9% were enrolled in our low-income home energy assistance program. And we had 8% of participants enrolled in the supplemental security income. All of this was important to making sure that people could stack their benefits versus being put at risk of losing them once the program was complete. The work that we did to ensure people's benefits were protected also helped ensure that the application process was easier to navigate. Many public benefits require excessive proof of documentation. They require you to prove your income. They require you to answer several questions. And they require you to go through several steps of verification. However, if you were able to prove that you were on one form of public benefit, that automatically qualified you for this program. And so all we needed was that one piece of paper that verified that benefit so that we could minimize the burden, be inclusive and equitable, and also ease the verification process that many people find so difficult. We also took a data-driven approach to our outreach strategy. I mentioned the Harvard University Government Performance Lab. And so what they did was work with our outreach teams when we were going through the process of getting those applications together. As I mentioned, we received 70,000 on the very first day. This is due to the large public awareness that was done before the program started. However, over time, we have learned that many of our populations in Chicago, many of our immigrant populations to be exact, are not trusting of the government. And so, for example, our Asian and Pacific Islander communities did not apply at first. And so using the data, we were able to recognize this. And so we targeted our outreach strategy in a way so that we can improve the outcomes for that community. And so by the end of the program, we saw a significant increase in the number of applications we received from our vulnerable immigrant populations. This was very critical and important to us to ensure that the participants in the program looked like the whole city of Chicago. We have a rich, diverse culture, and so we wanted to make sure everyone had an opportunity to participate. Who were the selected participants? 75% of them lived in a medium or high economic hardship community. And so when you think about the history of segregation in Chicago, you'll find that the residents in our city are also aggregated according to income. And so poor neighborhoods have a lot of poor individuals live around poor people, and wealthier individuals live around wealthier people. And so we had 76% of the people in the program were from a high economic hardship community. 71% identified as female, 91% as Black or Latino, 62% were caregivers. The median household income was $14,000 per year. All of this was important in showing that we were targeting the right communities, that our outreach strategies were able to connect with the individuals that we wanted to be a part of this program. All throughout the process, we were careful to connect with participants through this process. And so we conducted monthly surveys along with the University of Chicago Inclusive Economy Lab. While they were doing their research, DFSS was sharing resources about other available services that they could access. We also created this monthly resource newsletter that allowed people to learn about other programs that they may not have been familiar with. And all this was in an effort to support individuals while they were in the program. Finally, during the offboarding process, we made sure that we communicated regularly with participants so that they knew that the program was coming to a close and that no one was surprised or caught off guard when the program ended after the 12th month. On this slide, you can see how we captured the spending data. This information was given to us on a voluntary basis, and so people had the opportunity to use a debit card and share that information with our administrators. They compiled this data, and it showed that there was a wide range of activities that people spent their money on. These funds were non-restrictive, and they allowed participants the self-agency to determine what was most important to their own well-being. And we see by the diversity of the purchases that this was a successful aspect of the program. And as I said before, a part of the program was to help people improve their quality of life. And so residents like Christopher, who is an entrepreneur, who unfortunately lost his sight due to gun violence, this program was an important safety net for him. And it demonstrates the type of participant that benefits from these programs. He was already what we would describe as a hustler, someone that didn't just sit down and let things come to him, but he took advantage of opportunities as they arrived. And so even going through this difficult circumstance, Christopher is an individual that represents the best about about the residents in the city of Chicago. Residents who are creative and resourceful. Residents who are strong and resilient in the face of adversity. And so it's inspiring to me to see stories like Christopher, individuals that, again, would not have benefited from most public benefits because of his income, because of his ability to earn a living for himself. He would not qualify for most benefits. But this safety net was there for him, and he used it in ways that help others. His quote, "I work with a lot of people who are struggling, but there's a beauty in the struggle that we face. People fighting to make a better life is something to admire, and we are grateful for this opportunity to administer this pilot, and we're excited about what's next." Mayor Johnson is planning another round of this guaranteed basic income pilot, and we're excited to expand and increase the impact of this program, and we look forward to sharing those results in the coming years. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. We heard about the alternative guarantee income program the Chicago Resilience Community Pilot Program of Chicago through the presentation, and 5,000 households have been selected for this program. So it is a guaranteed income pilot carried out in Chicago. 500 USD was provided for 12 months, and more than 7,000 people had applied for this program on the first day. It demonstrates that it was truly a program that was needed in Chicago. Seoul City is carrying out SSIP, and as we are going to be hearing from the cases of various cities around the world, there are guaranteed income pilots being tried out worldwide. I believe that this is a need and trend of the age and day that we live in today. And I believe that SSIP can also contribute to these efforts. I would like to thank the first speaker for the wonderful presentation. We will now go on to the second presentation.
역시 미국인데요. 이번에는 서쪽으로 가서요. 로스앤젤레스시의 사례를 좀 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 두 번째 사례 발표는 미국 로스앤젤레스시의
Presentation, we will hear about what they are doing in the LA in United States, and Mr. Alan Strauss, the Senior Program Manager of Community Wealth Initiatives, has prepared his presentation, and the name of their pilot program is called Big Leap. It's a basic income guarantee program. So if you can now deliver your presentation, Mr. Strauss.
Hello, everyone. My name is Aaron Strauss, and I'm here on behalf of the City of Los Angeles. I'm the Senior Program Manager for Community Wealth Initiatives with the Community Investment for Families Department. It's an honor to be here with you all, and I appreciate our hosts with the Seoul Metropolitan Government for having us. Before I get into the details of the Big Leap program, I first want to ground us in the context that my department operates. We're the Community Investment for Families Department, or CIFD, and our mission is to invest in marginalized communities throughout Los Angeles with the ultimate goal of disrupting the cycle of generational poverty. In service of this goal, we manage a number of programs in addition to the Guaranteed Basic Income Pilot Program, including contracting community centers, domestic violence shelters, children's college savings accounts, tax preparation services, and financial coaching opportunities. Many of these projects share a common philosophy. That's regardless of the situations that people are born into, every human being deserves to be able to meet their basic needs and have a life filled with dignity. And we believe that government, especially municipal government, can play a key role ensuring support for all individuals, no matter their life circumstances that might be out of their control. As such, as core values in our programs, especially with guaranteed income, we promote dignity, trust, collaboration, and we look to the communities we serve to inform the work that we do. This manifests in the world of guaranteed income through no employment requirements, no burdensome eligibility processes, and no continued asset tests needed for individuals to receive benefits from Big Leap, our guaranteed income pilot program. And that brings us to the actual details of the pilot program itself. Big Leap stands for Basic Income Guaranteed Los Angeles Economic Assistance Pilot. And in the year 2022, we served 3,200 participants, providing them $1,000 per month for 12 months with no strings attached. This means that program families could spend funds however they saw fit. They invested in their own small business ideas, invested in their children's educations. They met basic needs like paying rent, utilities, buying clothing. This program was the first large-scale municipal pilot in the country, and that invested a total of $38 million in the families that we served, which were some of Los Angeles' most vulnerable families. Those families had an average household size of 3 people, which means we were able to reach nearly 10,000 individuals with our program. As I mentioned, payments took place primarily in 2022, so we're now almost a year removed from the program and closing in on the release of our final research report in the year to come. So let's review details on the economic conditions that make this program necessary and why we targeted the populations that we serve. Here I've presented data from the American Community Survey between 2016 and 2020. We estimate that 17% of all LA City residents live below the annual federal poverty level, which for a family size of 4 at the time of the Big Leap application would be about $25,000 per year. And I've seen estimates that in order to afford a standard cost of living in Los Angeles, a family of 4 would need closer to $80,000 per year. So the federal poverty level does not reflect the high cost of living in Los Angeles. Alarmingly, 24%, or almost 1 in 4 of children in Los Angeles are poor. And it's well documented that growing up in poverty is associated with a range of negative outcomes in adulthood across economic, health, educational, occupational, criminal, and other domains. So we view it as vital to address this high child poverty rate and understand the multi-generational nature of poverty in Los Angeles. Additionally, the poverty rate is particularly high among families headed by a single mother. While about 19% of all families with children fall below the federal poverty level, that rate nearly doubles to 36% when considering single female-headed households. And that disproportionate impact of poverty is not limited just to family structure or to gender. We also see it across racial lines. Los Angeles is one of the most ethnically diverse cities in the United States. 9% of our residents are African American, 12% are of Asian origin, almost 50% are of Hispanic origin, and 28% are white. And we know that poverty affects non-white communities disproportionately, as shown by this figure that presents poverty rates along ethnic and racial lines. While the overall poverty rate in Los Angeles is the aforementioned 17%, this rate is much higher among black residents. Over 24% of residents that are black are living in poverty, which is nearly 2.5 times as high as the 10% rate among white residents. When combined with the insights from the previous slide, it's easy to understand that households headed by ethnically diverse single mothers are the face of poverty in our city. And that's why the populations experiencing generational systemic poverty are the main targeted populations that we serve with Big Leap and other guaranteed income pilots across the Southern California region. Now that we've covered some philosophy and background on poverty in Los Angeles, I'd like to share the timeline leading up to the creation of our Big Leap program. In 2019, former Mayor Michael Tubbs of Stockton, a Northern Californian city of over 300,000 residents, launched the SEED program, where 125 participants received an unconditional transfer of $500 a month for 24 months from private funding. The next year, Mayor Tubbs created Mayors for a Guaranteed Income, and among the 11 founding members was former Mayor of Los Angeles, Eric Garcetti, who in 2021 went on to propose Big Leap, initially with a $24 million budget that eventually grew to $38 million when supplemented by specific city council members' budgets. And finally, that brings us to 2022, when Big Leap started in partnership with MGI and a number of other organizations. We selected our participants, we notified them, we enrolled them, and we began the monthly payments of $1,000. So, not only is Big Leap a poverty alleviation program, but we have a couple other goals in mind too. We want to encourage economic activity within vulnerable communities, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic. And crucially, we want to change the narrative around how we talk about people experiencing poverty via storytelling opportunities featuring participants with lived experiences. But finally, we also want to conduct this research study to demonstrate the short and long-term impacts of a guaranteed income. With that in mind, we partnered with the University of Pennsylvania Center for Guaranteed Income Research, who are in attendance today, to design a randomized controlled trial. our academic partners have created surveys that are administered every 6 months to the 3,200 treatment group families and 5,000 control group applicants who are invited to engage in compensated research activities every 6 months, but did not benefit from the monthly guaranteed income. The surveys consisted of questions related to mental, physical, and financial well-being, family and housing stability, community violence, and intimate partner violence, among several other research domains, to paint a complete picture of the lives of our participants. And for Los Angeles, the ones that are unique are around housing and intimate partner violence, as we're interested in the ways in which financial support can help disrupt negative cycles within those two domains. Those quantitative surveys are supplemented by qualitative in-person interviews with participants throughout their Big Leap experience, all culminating in a final report scheduled for the summer of next year. This is a crucial component of Big Leap, and we hope to contribute to the growing body of research that demonstrates guaranteed income is a positive public investment. Here is a brief research timeline for our project. Participants applied back in October of 2021, and I'll get into our application process in just a moment. They were notified of their selection and enrolled between December 2021 and April 2022. And 3 subsequent research surveys were issued in August 2022, February 2023, and August of 2023. And that will all culminate in the summer 2024 report with our UPenn partners, as I mentioned previously. So let's get into the application period itself. The application was open between October 29th and November 7th of 2021. Over 250,000 people visited our program website within this 10-day window. Applicants were asked to complete a pre-screening questionnaire which allowed them to self-certify their eligibility criteria, which we'll review on the next slide. And over 100,000 Angelinos completed that questionnaire. If all 5 eligibility criteria were confirmed, they were brought to the application itself, which collected basic information and served as the baseline survey for our research component of the pilot. 50,000 individuals ended up completing the application, highlighting the immense need for financial resources in our vulnerable communities. Importantly, answers to their questions did not impact their chances of being selected into the program. That was done completely randomly in the spirit of the research. And I want to highlight challenges that I'm sure you're all familiar with in reaching vulnerable populations. We needed to reach applicants with technological barriers and language barriers by utilizing our network of supporting organizations. So we hosted application drives at Los Angeles public libraries with other community-based organizations and with our city council district offices in order to ensure that the application was as accessible as possible to as many people as possible, especially those who had issues accessing the technology to fill out the application or did not speak English or Spanish, the 2 most commonly spoken languages in Los Angeles. So our work helped spread awareness of the program and made the application ultimately more accessible. And our applicants needed to meet these 5 criteria. Even though $38 million represented the largest guaranteed income investment at the time in our country, with a finite set of resources, we still had to be careful with the selection criteria for our pilot. And they had to meet these 5 criteria. 1, they had to reside in the boundaries of the city of Los Angeles as we were using public funds. The second is that they had to be 18 years of age or older in order to consent to the research. The third is that they had to have a dependent child or be pregnant at the time of application. And that's really in line with our department's goal of disrupting the multi-generational nature of poverty. We wanted to make sure that we served families. The fourth criteria is that they had to have an annual income below the federal poverty level. And other programs, such as our colleagues in Chicago, ran a different criteria there with 250%, but our folks just had to be below the federal poverty level, again, in line with our department goals of serving the most marginalized communities and to aid with the pandemic relief. And also in line with aiding in the pandemic recovery was that all of our participants had to have experienced economic or medical hardship related to COVID-19. Once all applications were gathered and data cleaned, our partners at the University of Pennsylvania randomly selected participants. Setting up 3,200 in-person enrollment appointments was quite the challenge, but fortunately, we manage a network of Family Source Center locations, which are one-stop social service delivery locations throughout the city of Los Angeles, and we were able to pair each selected participant with their closest location to plan for their enrollment appointments. We then contracted software and a call center to notify participants of their selection into the program to make sure we reached them where they needed to be met. Participants then made an enrollment appointment to which they brought their personal official documentation that demonstrated they met the aforementioned 5 eligibility criteria. As part of this eligibility appointment, we also underwent optional benefits counseling. It's possible that receiving additional income from Big Leap would impact other benefits, as in with the Chicago pilot, so we wanted to make sure that our participants were aware of their unique situation and understand the benefits that they may lose if joining our pilot. But fortunately, we were able to work with Los Angeles County and California state partners to secure exemptions for those, which meant that this additional Big Leap income did not count against payment calculations for other public benefit programs. We also utilized a calculator tool that estimated the actual dollar impacts of the set of existing benefits each person received to further quantify and share information about their unique situations. But once confirmed as eligible and after receiving this advice on their benefits situations, participants were officially invited to enroll in the program and received a debit card on which their funds were loaded on a monthly basis. Let's talk more about the fund distribution process. We partnered with Mobility Capital Finance, known as MoCaFi, to provide their Angelino Connect card, which was already in use for a number of pandemic financial relief projects, making it easier to leverage for our team. There are some key advantages of providing this financial instruments, one of which is that the participants we served often did not have existing relationships with large banking institutions. So the fact that this financial instrument was standalone meant that they did not have a barrier to accessing their funds. Furthermore, the card allowed us to track aggregate spending data, which contributes to our final program report and helps to combat stereotypes around the spending habits of those receiving government assistance. And here are some highlights based on that aggregated spending data. About 68% of program funds were taken out in cash, and that will be analyzed as part of our final report. It's not part of the spending data that you see here, which only comes from the trackable spending directly on the debit cards. So that remaining 32% still represents $12 million of spending by our families that can be tracked, and is broken down as follows. The 2 large portions here in blue and gray are respectively 35% to food and 34% to retail, which consists of household goods, clothing, and other basics. The next 2 largest categories are transportation in gold at 12% and housing and utilities in light blue at 9%. So we've already come to 90% of total spend on the debit cards, and we've only covered the absolute basics that our families need for survival. And this further reinforces the idea that participants in guaranteed income programs spend funds in straightforward ways to support their families, rather than spending on the stereotypical items that detractors accuse them of spending on. At the beginning of my presentation, I spoke about how poverty disproportionately impacts women and ethnic minorities in Los Angeles, and our participant demographics confirm that phenomenon. The average age of our participants is 38 years old. The average income is below $15,000 a year. 80% of our participants are women. Almost half are Hispanic, and almost 30% are African American. 2/3 are unmarried, and many speak languages at home other than English. So we serve 3,200 families, all with unique histories and challenges. How do we tell the story of this program in a conscientious and impactful way? In the United States, we often encounter stigma that recipients of government funds are poor because of a lack of character, a lack of financial responsibility or knowledge. They're somehow gaming the system to gain financial security. And, as I've mentioned, they spend the funds irresponsibly once they receive them. So in order to combat these narratives, our first step was to identify potential storytellers. We had lots of one-on-one conversations with our participants in order to understand who was willing and able to speak with media. And as Los Angeles, running a large pilot program, there was a lot of organic media interest in our program. And I've included here some of our media highlights. We've been featured in a lot of large magazine, podcast, and newspaper stories, including in the New York Times. And again, the goal here is not just to show off on our work, but to change the narratives around public benefits programs and put a face and a name to those experiencing poverty in our city. And here are a couple quotes from participants to further reinforce the values of this program. Rashida said, "It was a big relief. I'm tense, and then I could go, okay, now I can pay this, now I can pay that. It made me feel very good. I got to have some flexibility with it. I'm glad to be able to do some things that I couldn't do." And Alfonsina, originally in Spanish, said, "My daughter entered the army, so I qualify to fix my papers after 30 years without papers here. The lawyer is going to charge me $6,000. I'm going to use that money to fix my papers." This means Alfonsina was originally without legal residence papers in the United States, but the only thing stopping her from having a more secure future in America was her financial situation. And thanks to our program, she was able to pay a lawyer to help her with her residency. That brings me to a few criticisms about guaranteed income programs. So after all we've learned about Big Leap and other safety income programs, how can we respond to these criticisms? Folks believe that cash infusion will discourage people from working, but we've seen today that participants do not reduce work, and sometimes they increase full-time employment. We also hear that program participants will spend their funds recklessly, but our spending data shows that they spend responsibly in support of meeting their family's unique goals. We also hear government can't afford programs on such a grand scale, but we know traditional government-oriented solutions are not quite making enough of an impact, especially in Los Angeles. Homelessness and poverty are still growing, and we need to adjust our response in order to create better outcomes for the people that we serve. We've also heard that guaranteed income does not address the root causes of poverty, but it is a good starting point, and it ignites unique conversations on government's role, the future of labor in an automating economy, and work itself. So where does this leave us? What have we learned from the research, administrative, storytelling, and philosophical underpinnings of the Big Leap pilot program? In our minds, the question, why guaranteed income, has many simple but powerful answers. At its core, we can tackle poverty directly in an innovative way, updating our government assistance programs not only with trust and dignity, but with efficiency. We can emphasize serving marginalized communities that have been historically and intentionally discriminated against by the government itself. We can facilitate positive mental, physical, and childhood health outcomes, all in support of creating brighter futures for the families that we serve. That concludes my presentation. I appreciate your time and attention. It's an honor to be here and have the opportunity to speak with you all. Thank you very much.
네. 에론 스트라우스 매니저님 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Mr. Strauss. So we heard about a Big Leap program, which is from Los Angeles. And for 1 year, like you said, it's very similar to the Chicago program. So $1,000 are paid, and it's for 3,200 households. And there was 5 criteria for eligibility. You have to live in LA, you have to be above 18 years old, and you have to be supporting a child or you're pregnant. So that's the criteria. And you have to live below the federal poverty line. So you have to be below the federal poverty line. And then in particular, with regard to the COVID-19 pandemic, you have to be facing some economic hardship. So this is program. It's an income security, a pilot project targeting those people. With regard to income security, there's different ways to explain it. We hear guarantee income, we hear safety income. I think there's different words to describe. We hear basic income. So the 2 examples or the 2 case studies that we just heard, they're not just giving it out. It's not just handouts. You have to meet certain criteria. The third presentation will be delivered by Mr. Sean Klein, director of the Stanford Basic Income Lab. And the title of his presentation is Unconditional Cash. So I think that it will be more targeted towards basic income, a little bit different from the 2 previous presentations we heard. But I think that we can see that there's many different types of basic income programs that can exist. And so with that, Mr. Klein, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Glad to join you all. Honored to be here. As was just mentioned, I'm going to spend this presentation putting Chicago and Los Angeles and other guaranteed basic income pilots in context. Oops. I'm going to spend just a bit talking about the Stanford Basic Income Lab to put that in perspective, and talk a little bit about the cash response during COVID, which I think is an important marker for all of these programs and programs worldwide. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the contrasting experience in the United States. And I'm going to wrap up talking a bit about what I think kind of a lens that policymakers could take on the future of cash as a policy matter. So briefly, the Stanford Basic Income Lab, which I direct, is based at Stanford University in Silicon Valley. Being in Silicon Valley means that we're kind of in the heart of the beast, if you will. We're kind of surrounded by voices talking about robots and AI and technology. Sometimes we have to kind of pull ourselves away from that to provide ourselves some perspective. But I think given the discussion of disruptive technologies and the role of basic income, or UBI, it's also a very interesting place to be. The lab was founded in 2017 in direct response to a lot of discussion about universal basic income, which was growing at that time again. So the role we play is we undertake research, we convene stakeholders around the philosophy, economics, politics, and implementation of basic income and related cash policies. We provide guidance to municipal governments launching basic income pilots, and we host a variety of online resources, including a data dashboard for 31 pilots across the United States that have rigorous evaluations. And we do that in partnership with our friends here at the University of Pennsylvania Center for Guaranteed Income Research and Mayors for Guaranteed Income. We also host one of the most definitive global maps of basic income experiments. This gives you a snapshot of what that map looks like. I will say we're always scrambling to update the map because there has been so much activity over the past 3 years that it's been hard to keep up. And we actually have about 10 new pilots to add to this map that I just learned about. So I just want to touch briefly, stepping away from the United States, but then zeroing back into the United States for a minute. Most governments of developed countries pay pensions to elderly people, unemployment benefits to those who lose their jobs, or child benefits to families. So cash transfers aren't uncommon throughout the world. However, I think COVID prompted a number of really contrasting responses to COVID. Interestingly, in East Asia, I think you could say it was kind of the epicenter of what we might call helicopter money. A lot of policies used a wide use of universal cash transfers, usually to the adult population, but they were very broad in scope. In Western Europe, which has a very robust social protection system, you saw kind of a ramping up of those systems to address the economic impact of COVID. In America, you saw the largest kind of cash experiment in the country's history. And this was new, really at odds with Europe and East Asia. At the federal level, the US government transferred nearly $1 trillion in direct, unrestricted cash payments to individuals through a variety of programs. At the municipal level, like Chicago and Los Angeles, we saw an explosion of basic income pilots. Combining these efforts, it was really unprecedented, this grand experiment. And this kicked off what I think we're in the midst of right now, which is a kind of a modern movement of cash programming. So I just want to touch briefly on what I think that the kind of key figures of that modern movement are. Dr. Martin Luther King, in his 1967 book, Where Do We Go From Here, Chaos or Community, spoke of the need for a guaranteed basic income by another name. Then we had sort of the contentious President Richard Nixon and his advisor, the economist Milton Friedman, who really took a different perspective on what cash represented, and that was the idea of a negative income tax, which would be less costly and reduce the administrative burden of the safety net. And then, as we just heard in the Chicago presentation, former Stockton, California Mayor Michael Tubbs and Dr. Aisha Nyandoro helped kick off this modern movement in part by pioneering two very early guaranteed income pilots before COVID even started. And then, as we heard this morning, in his 2020 presidential campaign, Andrew Yang called for a freedom dividend, popularizing the idea of a universal basic income, or UBI, among Americans. And interestingly, 5 decades after Martin Luther King called for a guaranteed income, this bold idea is actually kind of taking root in cities and counties, municipal governments, large and small. So let's talk just a minute about the genesis of this modern movement. Over the past 3 years, we've seen about 150 pilots. To be honest, we can't count them all because there are many that actually haven't made it to the map and I haven't heard about yet, but every week I'm hearing about new ones. Around 45 active. I'd say that actually is closer to 55 right now, active pilots. And we saw this proliferation of pilots fueled by, I think, 3 key factors. One was kind of long-standing growing inequality, income and wealth inequality since the 1970s. Of course, we saw the economic impact from the COVID pandemic. And then I think uniquely in 2020, the proliferation of cell phone cameras really brought to the fore, certainly in America, and I think beyond America, the tragedy of Black Americans being killed at the hands of police. And I think that really punctuated sort of an anger about injustice in America. And what this did, these pilots kind of started to grow, and I think they really spotlighted the inadequacy of the means-tested safety net in America. They challenged policymakers' idea of what was possible and what was necessary. And I think it's really remarkable now to reflect on COVID sort of upending many of our assumptions about what you can do and should do in times of crisis. And I think among many municipal lawmakers, unconditional cash became viewed as a flexible, just response to the problems they saw in their own communities. So just briefly, I want to give a kind of a snapshot of the extent of these pilots across the United States. Most of these are very highly targeted programs. Just to illustrate, it includes single mothers, pregnant individuals, young people, gig workers. The list goes on and on and on. And I've heard some criticism of the fact that there are many, many pilots with all these different targeted groups. But I think another way of thinking about that is we will come out the other side of many of these pilots understanding, kind of having, with a new understanding of ways to engage communities that have really been on the economic margins of our communities. Whoops, let's go back. The amounts range between $300 and $1,800. Most of them are paid monthly, but there are a handful paid quarterly, biannually, weekly. They typically range between 6 and 36 months, and there is a tremendous amount of evidence on the way. Thank you in large part to, again, our friends at CGIAR, APT, Urban Institute, and other research institutions. So here's a snapshot of pilots in the United States alone. we thought it'd be important on our dashboard on the Stanford Basic Income's website to kind of give some perspective about the duration and start and end dates of many of these pilots and put them in context of unemployment and inflation. So what I find really interesting is there's so much evidence on the way, very little produced yet from these pilots, and yet they're having, I think, an influence over policymakers' thinking already. And I just want to name a couple of those ways. First of all, I think importantly, these pilots are normalizing kind of unconditional cash as a credible policy idea in a way that I think it wasn't viewed before. It's challenging the kind of normative analysis and kind of that poverty is a failure, a moral failure of individuals versus a systems failure. I think we heard that in the presentation just before. I think it's spotlighted the administrative burden of our existing public benefit system, particularly the time tax and the emotional tax of the existing system that keeps many people from even applying. And I think it's really equipping communities all across America to challenge the often racialized and gendered stories about the poor. And in some sense, I think I see two threads, and this is particularly true in the state of California, where there's a real hunger for change among policymakers. One is a desire to see if we can make the existing public benefit system cashier. If we can either turn in-kind assistance into cash assistance and or supplement existing benefits with unconditional cash. And I won't name the municipal government doing this, but there's certainly a large one in Southern California that wants to do the latter in a pilot in the coming 2 years. So we'll see what happens there. Interestingly, the Federal Housing Authority in the United States is planning to pilot test cash in place of housing vouchers. So that's a big development as well. And of course, the White House has been signaling a desire for reforming existing benefits in America. So I wanted to finish off to talk just a little bit about what I think all of this, where this normalization of unconditional cash is going. And I see five policy cases for cash in the future. One is this idea of cash just in time. And I think we saw this during COVID as a response governments all around the world, and certainly in the United States, took to something like COVID. The second is this idea I just spoke of, and that is supplementing benefits to get individuals above the poverty line. This could include transfers to homeless individuals, which we're starting to see evidence for in Denver, Colorado, and elsewhere. A third case is to remedy injustice, such as through reparations for slavery in America, or to address inequalities, such as by providing baby bonds, which are trust accounts open for children at birth that grow into large lump sums of cash for use in adulthood. The next one, I think, is an idea that's been talked about before, but I think is going to resurface, particularly with increasing discussion about AI, and that is to help transition workers displaced by AI and other disruptive technologies. Just before I got on the plane to come here, I saw a recent report reported that 37% of American business leaders say that AI replaced some of their workers in 2023. And then the last case, which may be a long ways off, or it may come by another name, but I think it's this idea of just in case. That is, to ensure everyone has an economic floor and is financially prepared for an increasingly uncertain future. And I think this is the definitive case for a universal basic income. So before I finish, I just want to propose one other way of thinking about those 5 cases I just mentioned. And that is this idea that, the x-axis on this graph here reflects sort of the government's perception of the future, maybe your confidence in the future, you're certain or uncertain. The y-axis representing very specific or narrow response versus a very generalized response. And the status quo, I would argue, is at this very certain, specific policy response domain. Where we can get policy very wrong is where we're uncertain about the future, but we respond with a very specific policy. So that leaves this frontier, I think, in terms of the future of cash, where a more generalized cash response is appropriate. So for example, here are some of those 5 cases I just spoke of, kind of plotted. You have the supplementing benefits, kind of addressing injustice or inequality, just transition for workers displaced by disruptive technology, just in time, as we saw demonstrated outright during COVID, and then of course this idea of just in case, a very generalized policy recognizing the very uncertain nature of the future. So I just want to, in closing, kind of say that I think we know what's coming, we often don't. I think that was demonstrated during COVID. We need to consider a more generalized cash response to challenges. For example, how should policymakers respond to the impact of the opioid crisis on children? Or to grow the number of, how are we going to respond to the growing number of climate refugees in the future? There's a whole variety of sort of very uncertain future scenarios that I think very specific, narrow policy responses may prove inadequate. And of course, many of those crises happen at the same time, right? So you have concurrent crises to deal with. So I think the evidence for unconditional cash in an uncertain world suggests the need for much more generalized cash policies between the global evidence from the global south about unconditional cash, the evidence we have to date in North America, Western Europe, and Asia, and all of the evidence that's to come in the United States suggests that we know this is a really powerful, impactful response. The question is, in what scenarios are we going to choose to use it? So I'll leave things there. Thank you very much.
네, 소장님, 전 클라인 소장님 감사합니다.
Thank you, Director, for your presentation.
소장님은 주로 미국에 초점을 두고
The presentation introduced various guaranteed income in the United States, and there was a meta-analysis of these programs and attempts. So unconditional, I was wondering what this meant in the presentation, and it seems that unconditional, the meaning of this in the presentation, I don't know if I am correct, but it seems to be that cash compared to vouchers and in-kind, there aren't limitations and constraints. And I think that is the meaning of unconditional here, because even targeted programs is included in the concept of unconditional cash. So it doesn't seem that unconditional is equivalent with the word universal here. If there is time for you to tell me if that is if my understanding is correct. Well, we have heard 3 presentations. Now we will go on to the panel discussion. So we will now have a panel discussion and hear their thoughts about the presentations. We will give each of our panel discussants 10 minutes.
제일 먼저 소개시켜 드릴 분은
First, we will be hearing from Professor Heikki Hilamo, Professor of Social Policy, University of Helsinki.
You have 10 minutes, please. So thank you very much for this opportunity to participate in this highly interesting forum, and thanks for the opportunity to comment 3 very interesting presentations. So we heard examples from Chicago and LA, and then finally a summary of basic income or guaranteed minimum experiments in the US, and some very interesting scenarios in the last presentation. As was mentioned in the video we showed this morning, there was a basic income experiment in Finland conducted in 2017 and 2018. And there was a dot on Finland also in your map. So you definitely have that one in there. What's interesting is that the emerging results from the SSI are pretty similar to those we got from Finland. So there was improved well-being, but hardly any impact on labor supply. The interesting thing with the Finnish pilot was that there was a mandatory enrollment. So people didn't need to sign up for the experiment, but they were actually forced to participate. We passed a law in the parliament to implement the experiment. Another important feature of this experiment was that the benefit amount for the control group and the experiment group was the same. That was 560 euros per month. And why is that important? I think that's the biggest challenge with all these experiments and pilot is that what is actually the cost effectiveness of a new program? Is it actually giving value for the money? Because we all know that if somebody is getting more money, well-being will be improved. I mean, that's kind of self-evident. But then the thing is that whether this new way of distributing money is more cost-effective compared with, for example, improving the existing scheme. And that is also the challenge in all those experiments which have been discussed today. And I think this is very worthwhile aspect to keep in mind. So we started this day and this discussion along this quite well-known job displacement narrative, so that we need to rethink social protection because of the robots are taking away our jobs. And as Sean mentioned, that narrative was very important a few years ago when the first basic income experiments were launched. It somehow faded away until this time around last year when ChatGPT was introduced, and now this new idea of AI taking away our job is re-emerging. And I just want to make a short comment here. I think it's important to think about this new technology just as something which is imposed on us. The political decisions can shape the impact of technology. And also the social protection measures can shape the way new technology will impact labor markets. But in terms of this job displacement narrative, what we experienced during the COVID time was very interesting because it was kind of a test bed for an abrupt decline in employment. Because of the restrictions, people just couldn't work. And nearly all the countries in the world implemented some sort of alleviation measures. I think some 200 countries implemented measures, I think some 10,000 different measures. Together with my colleague Päivi Mäntynenmaa, we conducted a study where we looked into OECD countries, whether they had this kind of a novel direct payments which would somehow resemble basic income or universal basic income. And we were able to find 11 programs. Interestingly, the program which was applied in Japan and South Korea, they were the most universal of all those programs. But what I want to underline is that by last summer, only 2 of those 11 programs were continued. So it seems that this COVID pandemic didn't, it wasn't the big window of opportunity for universal basic income. So it wasn't really the crucial moment the basic income advocates were waiting for. That's also something to keep in mind because of the cost of living crisis, which happened right after the COVID pandemic. So the context matters very much for basic income program and basic income proposals. And I'm somebody coming from a country which has a very extensive social security safety net. And we already have kind of a universal basic income for the children, just like many other rich countries in terms of cash child benefits. And we also have a universal basic income for the elderly in the form of social pensions, so as many other countries. And then we are really struggling with the fiscal space because of population aging. So care-related public expenditure is just increasing year by year. And then there is little support for tax increases. So that's why we are very concerned with the people who are in working age and which kind of programs would actually encourage them to work and to get high-paid jobs and to pay taxes so that we could cover all the public expenditures. And now I think what is emerging from all these experiments is something which was very much visible also in Sean's presentation, is that unconditional programs, and I'm thinking about programs which don't come with behavioral conditions, they seem to work better than those so-called workfare programs where different kind of conditions are imposed on people. So people are not generally lazy or lacking initiative. It seems that the guaranteed minimum income schemes actually offer people the opportunity to make smarter decisions about their lives than those programs which come with very, very strict behavior conditions. So I think my punchline is that unconditionality seems to be the future directions for minimum income schemes. I don't so much believe in universal basic income because of the cost concerns, and given the fact that we have the aging populations and little willingness to impose new taxes, it's not just feasible to think about why we should pay money for those who already have enough money. The big issue is how to support those people who are really struggling in their lives. But I really think that this UBI movement or discussion around basic income is very beneficial for all of us because it has created a platform for policy learning and for discussion, just as we can witness today. So there is a kind of a global movement coming together around guaranteed minimum income schemes, and I'm very happy that also this forum is contributing to that movement. So that's all from me at this point. Thank you.
Thank you for the discussion.
Next, we would like to invite from Seoul City, in charge of the Seoul Safety Pilot Project. We'd like to invite Kim Sang-cheok, president of the Seoul Welfare Foundation. So I would like to say I heard the 3 presentations. Of course, I'm sorry that we didn't see any case studies from Europe, but I think it was just very interesting learning about the American cities. So I would like to share my experiences for a minute. I studied in Germany. I studied at Bremen University, and in the 1990s already, they were talking about basic income and various discussions were taking place. And at that time, I read a lot of paper on basic income. And I think it was 1993 or 1994. At the time, one of the founding members of Basic Income European Network, Professor Klaus Offe, in class told us why we need to adopt basic income. And at that time, he said, in the future, jobs will be insufficient, and those who work and those who don't will be determined by pure luck, not by their ability. And so, therefore, the lucky ones need to compensate those who are unlucky. So he said that was sort of like the basic philosophy of basic income. And so in the early 1990s, we didn't have the COVID-19 pandemic and the rise of AI had not happened, but he had already predicted the future. So the 3 presentations covered the experiences in the United States. And when I was hearing the presentations, I think the basic income discussion in the United States has developed a little bit differently from those countries in Europe, such as Denmark, Netherlands, Germany, France, and Spain. And I read it in literature, but more than 250 years ago, with the proposal of Thomas Paine, that discussion of basic income was continued by Henry George, Martin Luther King, and then, of course, by Milton Friedman, who advocated for a negative income tax, and recently Elon Musk, Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, and some alternate. These CEOs who are leading the high-tech companies are also advocating for basic income. But I think what they're saying is they think the future is sort of like a dystopia, and that's why they think we need basic income. But I think that Professor Philemon, you also mentioned this, but of course the future, it's uncertain, but I don't think we need to be so pessimistic. Of course, if you look at sci-fi movies, there is a movie called Blade Runner, when it was released in 1949. So they are looking at the future of LA in 2019. And it's a very famous movie, but the LA that the movie envisioned was very different from the LA that we know. And then in 2017, director Bill Deneuve released the new Blade Runner movie and looked at the future of 2049. And when I was watching that movie, I thought it was very interesting, but I thought that future would not become reality. And of course, we can't have that sort of future we can't really create that sort of future. And so I have a few questions. In the United States, I think over 150 local governments are experimenting with basic income, but the United States is a federal nation. But why are there so many different experiments? And I was wondering why there were so many different types of experiments. And of course, each local government, will carry out their own experiments. But is there a way to more, maybe we can get more meaningful results if these basic income experiments were more systematically designed and conducted by type? And how do you anticipate the United States will change after these basic income experiments? And these basic income experiments, is there a possibility that it will be carried out at the federal level? So that's the first question I have. And then the second question I have is, in the United States, a lot of the basic income experiments are very close to UBI, but in reality, I think that it actually are means-tested guaranteed minimum income for low-income group and vulnerable groups, which undermines the central principle of basic income, which is universality. And so I think that whether this is more akin to traditional social assistance as developed in Europe. So if there is a difference from traditional social assistance, it seems to be the same amount of payment, not differential payment according to the principle of subsidiarity. So is it because the United States welfare safety net is weaker than other European advanced countries? For example, like Finland, although the experiment was carried out in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic and the rise of AI. And then the third question has to do with financing. So in the United States, if you were to replace current social security costs with basic income, what would per capita payment be? And it will take a lot of money to pay enough money to the vulnerable groups. And so it's massive financing. And can the U.S. finance this without tax increase? And then the last thing I would like to ask is, Professor Duflo, you talked about the negative income tax. And I think that negative income tax has not been properly tested in the United States. But Milton Friedman's negative income tax, I understand, has not been properly tested in the United States. But in Korea right now, the negative income tax idea, as Professor Park Ki-sung mentioned, it is now being experimented as a safety income. So Milton Friedman said that we need to abolish the existing welfare system in order to introduce negative tax. And right now, the safety income is supplementing the current national basic living security system. So if you have lower income, you actually get bigger benefits. That's the design of SSIP. So it's helped to actually reduce poverty and address income gap. And so it's probably more effective than UBI. So I was wondering maybe that I just wanted to make a proposal or a suggestion that in the United States, maybe you could implement a program that is very similar to SSIP. So thank you very much, Mr. Kim. And Professor Hilamo, I think, shared with us his insight. And Mr. Kim has asked questions about the presentation. So I think he asked basically 3 questions. So maybe you could answer those questions amongst the 3 presenters. And next, I would like to invite Professor Kim Jin-young from Korea University. You have 10 minutes.
Hello, everyone. I am Jin-young Kim from Korea University. I was very excited to hear the 3 presentations. As one researching in this area, I learned a lot, so it was a great opportunity for me. What I want to talk about is the safety income project that I think about and what are its commonalities and differences with other pilot projects being carried out around the world. Excuse me. First of all, why are we talking about basic income and safety income? There are these new movements, and I think the background is quite clear. From 40 years ago, we are seeing aggravated income inequality, and this has led to many political problems, and it is leading to social, political, and various other costs. UK Brexit, it led to an enormous cost, and it was a great change. And new welfare systems are being sought out. And I think these types of projects are related to these new trends. So we heard about basic income, and here in Korea we are talking about safety income. There are many commonalities of SSIP and basic income to reduce income disparity. And to summarize, the common points is that there is not just a lump sum payout, but that there is a regular support that is being provided for a certain period of time, and that it is being provided in cash. Furthermore, there are no prerequisites to receive the payment, and the application has been streamlined in order to reduce the administrative cost associated with running the program. And the basic income projects that we heard about today undergo means tests, just as SSIP. So the recipients are selected based on a means test. It is not universal. Out of some of these common points, I think that for SSIP, there is an important point that we need to consider is that it is automatically paid out every month. If one's income surpasses a threshold, then you may not receive a payment. But if you go below the threshold again, for example, let's say you become unemployed at one point, then you can receive the payment. This is a method that can be used too. So the safety income can support those who drop below a threshold. I think that is more desirable, that it should be based on real-time income. As a labor economist, I believe that this is important because we talk about labor market reform, and the government is undergoing labor market reform activities, and the first attempt is trying to have flexible working hours. Yet even this is leading to a lot of social resistance. One of the reasons people do not embrace and allow labor market flexibility is because a lack of social safety net. If the labor market is flexible and one becomes unemployed and there is no social safety net to support them, people obviously will object to labor market reform. So I think that prior to labor market reform, we need to establish a social safety net. And now going on to some differences between basic income and SSI. In the case of basic income, a fixed amount, an equal amount, is supported and paid out to all participants in basic income, while in the case of SSI, the payment will vary according to one's income level. Whether it be SSI or basic income, we are aiming to reduce income disparity, and if we consider this aim and goal, SSI can actually be more effective, because in the case of SSI, there is a certain target that is in which the selection is made, and it's a targeted program and trying to support those of a lower income. So this lower income, higher benefit will have more effect in decreasing income disparity. Second, there can be differences in encouraging work. When benefits are paid out based on income level, those who are near the threshold, clearly there might be a incentive to reduce their work in order to be eligible for basic income. And in that sense, too, I think that SSI has benefits over basic income. Basic income's biggest strength is that there is efficiency in benefit distribution. As I stated in my paper, there is no need for calculation. A fixed equal amount is paid out for all who are eligible for the system. Therefore, the distribution is very easy and it is easier to implement, whereas for the SSI system, you need to calculate the income level, and the distribution depends on your income level. Therefore, calculation is required. Professor Duflo mentioned that in developing countries, statistics about one's income and assets are not sufficient, so calculating this is not easy. Whereas advanced countries such as Korea, the government has ample information on one's income and assets. Therefore, the government can calculate or have estimations of one's income even on a monthly basis. Based on such programs, the monthly income of individuals can be calculated. In terms of distribution, SSI may be less efficient, yet it will not be much of a problem thanks to the data. What then will be the challenges for SSI and basic income? First and foremost is financing. If SSI is implemented and rolled out nationwide, and if it becomes stabilized, then other welfare programs without goals and purposes, they should be integrated under the SSI system. And we can use the finances that was used in the past for these other programs. Also, increasing tax may be inevitable. And another challenge is that we need to let those who are receiving the support and income to break away and to become independent. And for this, I think there needs to be flexibility in the labor market. When there is flexibility in the labor market, those who did not hold a job in the past will find it easier to find jobs. And there can be work incentivized taxes associated too. So that's the end of my remarks. Thank you.
예, 김정 교수님 감사합니다. 김정 교수님께서는 DI하고
So Professor Kim talked about the similarities and differences between basic income and SSI, and he combined this with the labor market flexibility and reform. So thank you for your remarks. We will go on to our last panelist.
So I'd like to invite Professor Sonerim for her discussion.
Inspiring projects and giving us a chance to discuss a medium that has the power to reshape the way we think about welfare and the role of government. So here today I'm going to share with you some of my thoughts and then questions I have regarding these three presentations. So there has been a lot of research in economics that documents that scarcity or having less reduces cognitive functioning and deteriorates decision-making quality, especially financial decisions. And then evidence from payday cycles indicate that when you are under financial constraints, you tend to have increased level of stress and depression as well as heightened sense of relative deprivation, which is like feeling excluded. Okay? And then paying off debt has found to have an effect in reducing anxiety and then present bias, but also improves cognitive functioning. So these have been documented not only in developing countries, but also in developed countries as well. So I think when we conduct these basic income or guaranteed income projects, it's important to note that recipients' well-being would improve well beyond its effects on higher consumption. And so collecting such information like we did in the Seoul Safety Income Project would be useful for future pilots. And then there are some of my questions as well. So when scaling up to a citywide program or even a nationwide program, what would be important factors to consider? So one of my concerns is, although we started from the idea of UBI, but essentially most of the pilots are basically means tested. And then to expand the program, determining eligibility would be important. And then we're basically implicitly assuming that the incomes are fully observable, right, with administrator or whatnot. But actually, certain types of labor market participation in the informal sector, like being a nanny or being a part-time worker, may be somewhat cash-based, right? So when we want to expand eligibility and to make sure to persuade the taxpayers and the participants that this is actually a fair evaluation, how significant are these concerns regarding the income visibility in practice, and could they impact the scaling up of the program is one of my questions. And then, so we talked about labor market outcomes a lot, so I want to keep this pretty short. But actually, when we think about unconditional cash transfers, it could affect labor market outcomes in multiple ways, right? So I'm only citing some of the factors that could affect labor market outcomes. First is by relaxing credit constraints. We may start like a small business, you have small assets, and so you have like a small market or a firm, so your labor supply would increase, and then maybe your working hours will increase as well. Another possibility is that one can invest in human capital. Because now you have sufficient money and you have sufficient time to spend on studying or preparing for a different skill set job, you can also take sufficient amount of time to find a better job match, right? So therefore, not only can you find additional employment opportunities, your job match quality might increase and your job satisfaction would also increase as a result, right? On the other hand, with a subsidized wage, one can increase leisure time and then either not work or work part-time, right? So it would be important to, I think, vary the size of the transfer, like the generosity of the transfer, particularly in a developed country setting, and then also duration of the transfer to build more evidence on long-term employment effects of these guaranteed income or cash transfer programs. Okay, sorry. So I think I should drop the U here. So the basic income or the guaranteed income's impact on labor market outcomes, I think, would be particularly important for the sustainability of the program in terms of both taxpayer support as well as financial sustainability, particularly for the developed countries, right? So in particular in Korea, we have a shrinking population, as is noted in all of the medias around the world. And then with almost about 40% of the labor income earners are tax exempt essentially, okay? So in this case, what would be an advice that you could give to the Korean context for the financial sustainability of the program is my another question. So basically, I think recently there has been in the economics literature what might be the optimal taxation scheme in order to make these basic income or cash transfers feasible. But we haven't seen a lot of the discussion on that today, so I would be curious to know what would be some of your opinions on these matters. Okay, actually, that's the end of my discussion. I think I would like to hear from any of the presenters if they have opinion on these matters. Thank you.
예, 분께서 굉장히 다양한 측면의
I think she asked a lot of questions. Very sharp, smart comments were made. Thank you. So we heard three presenters and also the four panelists, and everyone was punctual. So we've actually been able to be quite time efficient, and so I think we can actually take questions from the floor. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. So please make your questions concise. And so if anyone has questions, please raise your hand. So please tell us your affiliation. Please introduce yourself. So hello, I am from Daejeon University. I am Yoo Yeon-seung. So thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. So I have a question is that we talk about basic income and safety income, and people get more income than before, and they use that on basic necessities such as clothing or food. And I was wondering, is this also tied to inflation? Is there a connection to inflation? So when you implement these pilot programs, what sort of results have you been able to get? So people spend money on food, and is there any connection to inflation? So that is my question. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
오늘 우리 발표 주제와 적합한 것인지 발표자 내지는 토론자 선생님께서 대답할 수 있는 사항인지는
I am not sure if our presenters or panelists can answer that specific question. Well, are there any other questions or comments from the floor? I see a hand raised. Hello everyone, I am from Seongdong-gu. I am Yoon. Professor Hillamo said that we need to think about costs associated with the programs. LA and in Chicago, those programs, will be completed December this year. So other than the direct payment, what are the other related administrative costs? And for SSIP, in 2023, 14 billion will be spent, and then in 2024, 22 billion will be spent directly for the program. Are there other administrative costs associated with running such pilots? So, as these pilot projects are being carried out, what are the financial burdens? So, the administrative costs added to the program costs. So, that was a question directed for Chicago and LA. I think we can take one more question from the floor.
My name is Cho Jong-hoon. I'm a retired architect, but now I have been teaching music appreciation. Anyway, I'd like to ask a question to Mr. Sean Klein. Unlike Mark Sanders and Aaron Strauss, you seem to be a more theoretician. I happen to believe that theory is one thing and practicality is another. So I would say I'd like to know that your research result. How effectively do you think your research result can be implemented at the forefront line of executor, such as Mark Sanders and Aaron Strauss? The reason why I'm asking this is there's a similar case, the environmentalists, those are people with a philosophy background. They don't have an actual capability of changing environment. The people who can do that is engineers, scientists, and other professionals. So how do you think your research can help in actual execution of helping needy people?
예, 감사합니다. 우리 션 클라인
So this question was directed to Sheen Klein, and I think you can answer that last question. Then I think that will be all for the questions that we can receive from the floor. We have approximately 15 minutes left.
우리 앞서 토론자 선생님들께서 주신 말씀 그다음에 플로어에서 지금
So there were some questions from the panelists and questions from the floor. So we kindly ask each of the speakers to take 5 minutes to answer or to deliver their last comments.
Is this working? Okay. I can try to respond to the question that just came. It may be helpful to clarify that I think the Stanford Basic Income Lab is positioned to harvest learning from past experiments and existing experiments to help kind of inform the kind of initiatives that Chicago and Los Angeles have pursued. And it's worth saying, I think a really powerful something powerful that surfaced over the past 3 years in the United States context is a community of practice, an online community of now hundreds of practitioners who are all learning from each other how to launch these pilots, how to find an evaluator, how to raise money for extending them or starting them, things of that sort. So I think our efforts has really been to inform the community of practice and to assist upcoming pilots, of which even in California, there's another 3 or 4 pilots that have reached out to us in the past 2 months. They're wondering, what resources are there? How can I start? What should I turn to? So maybe, I don't know if that answers your question, but that's kind of the position we're in. I will mention just the question of inflation. Others can correct me here. I don't think anyone's gotten that far. I think we had no idea what was going to happen with inflation when most of these pilots launched. And I think it was as you may have seen from the chart on my presentation, inflation went up very dramatically after quite a few of them started. So I think the question then going forward is, for any of those that could be scaled up or sustained, how might they address a cost of living increase or account for inflation the way other benefits programs are typically addressed? I just want to address the question of financing, because that's obviously the elephant in the room from a policymaker standpoint. It's a huge question, whether you're talking about universal basic income or a targeted basic income. And I think it may take another crisis or something to trigger or upend our thinking about what's possible, but within the realm of possibility in the future could be thinking about a financial transaction tax, land value tax, ways of monetizing all of the data that big tech companies are scraping from us every single day, and monetizing that in a way that could support public programs. So I think there are a lot of creative, interesting ways to address financing that haven't been discussed thus far, in addition to revisiting existing programs to identify whether they're still needed or could be supplanted by an unconditional program. Let's see. One other point I wanted to mention, I think something that's sadly unique about the United States relative to many East Asian countries and Western Europe certainly, is dramatic wealth inequality. It's a very unequal place. So there's been mention of income inequality, which is really essential to address. But I think we haven't heard very much about wealth inequality. And I'm of the opinion that basic income, even a very broad-based basic income program, may not go very far to addressing wealth inequality. We may need to look to other programs to remedy that issue. But I think there are some kind of unique experiments that we could try that might help inform that. I mentioned one during my presentation called baby bonds. Another idea would be, rather than pushing out money under the programs we've already discussed automatically to people, what if they went into a public escrow account for each individual, such that people could draw on the money when they needed it? It might encourage savings. It might encourage wealth accumulation. It might not. We don't know, and that's the purpose of experiments. I'll leave it there for my colleagues to pick up other questions.
I can talk about administrative costs. So for the Chicago pilot, it costs money to create the application. And so we had to contract with our administrative partners, Give Directly and AidKit. It costs money to administer the funding, and so for the administrators to purchase the debit cards, to transfer the money onto those cards, and to get those to the participants costs money. We also spend funding on outreach to the communities to support people throughout the application. So all of those components comprise the administrative costs, and there's probably some others that I'm not thinking about immediately. In addition, part of what drove these experiments, these pilots, was the federal government's response to the pandemic, which was initially to support working people with extensions in unemployment benefits. They made some cash transfers based on people's employment history. So they initiated a lot of this thinking and rethinking that we're doing with regard to how we can support people. What's also unique about the United States is that we are 50 different states. We all have different political objectives that we're trying to accomplish. And so in different communities, with access to the same federal funding, they make different decisions. And so the programs like the ones we're describing, they won't be as effective as they can be until they become a part of that federal government system. But until then, our job, we think, in Chicago at least, is to experiment and to test opportunities as they arise so that we can show the impact of what these cash payments can do on individuals, whether they're working, whether they're not, whether they're going to school. And so we want to provide enough variety and demonstrate enough variation in the impact to show that when we do make these types of decisions on behalf of residents in cities, counties, states, et cetera, there's benefits associated with it. I think there's a lot of opportunities to test ways that we can fund these programs as well, but the initial source of this creativity that we're seeing was due to the fact that the United States government was creative in getting these payments to us in the first place. So we just took that and ran with it. And so unfortunately, it took a major crisis like this to start to see some of the dreams and aspirations of Dr. King finally coming to fruition. And so hopefully we can continue building on this momentum until it becomes a national movement, and until we can see things that see the benefits that we are expecting to have on regular everyday people, until we can see those happen for all of us in not only our country, but ideally throughout the world.
Thank you. I'll quickly answer two of those questions and also offer a couple comments on others. I'll start off by discussing the City of Los Angeles's pilot administrative costs. A lot of the same categories as Mark mentioned in terms of Chicago's pilot. We spent money on research, on designing the application. We also had a lot of in-kind services offered. As I mentioned, we already contracted with the partners that provided the debit card on which funds were loaded on a monthly basis. So that did not add additional costs. Our enrollment mechanism was through community centers that were already contracted by the city, so that also did not add to our costs. And a lot of community-based organizations not contracted by the city helped us do our outreach. So that also didn't come at cost.
There were additional costs for running some community events to bring together in person some of our participants. And we also translated and interpreted all of our materials into the 9 most commonly spoken languages in the city of Los Angeles upon request. So there were some administrative costs associated there. I also wanted to quickly circle back to the question of means tested versus not UBI. I would say, as I mentioned during my presentation, with a set of finite resources, we had to make the hard decisions to serve specific populations in Los Angeles because the need was too great. You know, even though we reached 10,000 people, there were probably close to 700,000 people that fell below the federal poverty level, at least met that one criteria for eligibility. But I will say, in contrast to other traditional public benefits programs, once folks were in the program, their means were not tested again. It actually was viewed by us as a positive outcome if their income with the guaranteed income exceeded the initial threshold of the federal poverty level. We would not be, taking away the supplemental income if participants got past that initial threshold during application. We want to see the people thrive, and a lot of programs in the United States are means tested or asset tested such that people are not incentivized to save or to even get better jobs because as soon as they make positive economic steps in their own lives, then the public benefits they receive are taken away. We wanted to be mindful of that phenomenon and as such designed the program accordingly. A couple other comments here that I think are important. Economic stability is of course a key goal of our pilot and other guaranteed income programs. But as some of the research on this panel was mentioned, perception of self and perception of someone's economic situation is almost just as important. This is all in service of creating quality of life, which is not just a numbers game. That's also about how people feel about themselves, how they feel about their employment, how close they are with their families. And guaranteed income, beyond just providing financial stability, provides time and space to explore those other aspects of self-actualization. And the final thing I'll say, which is somewhat unique to Los Angeles, we have a pretty cash-based economy among folks who are lower income in Los Angeles. I think it's fantastic that Seoul's program can collect administrative data more automatically, but that is somewhat infeasible in Los Angeles for serving some populations because a lot of them operate in a cash economy, so there's no administrative data, and it would be hard to calculate how much money they should receive if we were to not do a basic income program, but a safety income model, because we'd be relying on self-reported income data, and that's just less accurate than something you can collect through official channels. So just a side comment there, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. 예, 2023 서울국제 안심소득 포럼.
아까 학생이 그 인플레이션 관련해서
So a student asked a question about inflation, and
한 가지 얘기 말씀드릴 게
so I would like to add something.
The main argument, inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon. So 사실 이거는 되게 중요한.
So I think that inflation is an important issue, and how these pilot programs affect inflation is important. So actually, I think when you think about inflation, you have to think about monetary policies, and the pilot projects are not that large in size right now. So I don't think we have to worry about inflation right now. So thank you very much. So 2023 Seoul International Forum on Safety Income. Safety in session 2, we looked at the safety income projects around cities around the world. Mr. Mark Sanders, Mr. Aaron Strauss, and Mr. Sean Klein, and Professor Hilamo, and Mr. Kim Sang-chul, Professor Kim, Professor Son. I know that it was not a short time, so for 2 hours, thank you so much for sharing with us your insight. Once again, we would like to thank our moderator. Thank you very much.
네, 이것으로 두 번째 세션의
So
발표와
with
또
this, we will
패널
conclude the
토론을
presentation
마무리하고
and
두
panel
시간을
discussions
받았음에도
for
불구하고
session
시간이 좀
2.
부족하게 느껴질
We
정도로
actually
많았습니다.
allocated
다시
2
한번 큰
hours, but it
박수로
seems
네,
like we
자리로
didn't have
오시도록
enough
하겠습니다.
time.
감사합니다.
So once again, thank you. You may
네,
return to your
오늘장
seats.
서울국제
So the Seoul
안심소득
International
이렇게
Forum
1일차
on
준비가
Safety
된
Income,
모든
Day 1,
프로그램이
has come
마무리가
to an
되었습니다.
end.
오늘 프로그램을 위해서 알찬
I
강연과
would
또
like
토론을
to
준비해 주신
thank
분들에 대해서
everyone
모두에게
who
다시 한번
has prepared
감사드리면서
presentations
이른 아침부터
and
잘 함께해
also
주신
engaged in
분들에게도
active
감사드립니다.
discussion. I would like to
온라인으로
thank
시청해 주신
everyone for
분들에게도
joining us,
감사드립니다.
also our
내일
online
역시
viewers.
저희는 소득 동작
Tomorrow,
제도가 나아가야
we
될
are
길에
going to
대해서 논의할
also
수 있는
continue
뜻깊은
our
시간을
discussions
마련되어
about
있는데요.
envisioning the future
내일은
of income
오전
security
10시에
system.
시작하도록
We will begin
하겠습니다.
at
특별한
10 a.m.
세션을
tomorrow.
시작으로 2일차
With the
프로그램
special session,
시작하도록
we will
하겠습니다.
begin
내일도
the
많은
second day
참여
of our program. We look
부탁드리겠습니다.
forward to your active
내일 참여해 주신
participation.
분들께서는 한 가지 가지고 오실 게 있습니다.
So
오늘
for those of
개봉된
you joining
명찰
us
꼭 잊지
tomorrow,
않으시고 가지고
those
오시면
who are
되겠습니다.
here at the venue,
퇴장하실
please
때 사용하실
remember to
토목기는
bring
그대로
your
두고
name
인사를
tags,
하시면
and
되겠고요.
please remember
다음
to
자리는
leave
내일
the
다시 한번
interpretation
인사드리도록
receivers
하겠습니다.
where you
오늘
found
함께해
them.
주셔서 대단히
So thank you very
감사합니다.
much.
고맙습니다.